everybody have a handout? Because you're gonna need, you can't tell the players without the program. We're gonna need. What?
There's no more handouts.
Oh, there's a lot of more.
No. He was asking if you want to sit more centrally.
No, I think I need to have a table in front of me as well. I might do the Q&A there. So we're going to need a statement of the consequence argument. And my choice will be an elaboration of the second argument from the chapter, 3 Arguments for Incompatibilism, from an essay on free will. 40 years old, next year, still in print, hold your applause. The unelaborated argument went as follows. So say that a possible world X and a world Y are the same, just in case the distribution of truth values on propositions is the same in X and in Y. The actual world is the world where a proposition is true in that world, if and only if it's true. World is deterministic if no other world shares both its laws of nature and one or more of its momentary states with that world. Of course, both its laws of nature and its momentary states could do with some clarification, but I'm afraid we don't have time to consider that project, he said quickly and moved on. Let determinism be the thesis that the actual world is deterministic. And the free will thesis is this: there are agents who are trying to decide between incompatible courses of action and are able to perform each of them. For example, a woman who must respond to some supremely important question by saying either yes or no, and is desperately trying to decide which response to make, is able to respond by saying yes and is able to respond by saying no. Now, I suppose I need to say something at some point in defense of my calling thesis the free will thesis, or indeed by using the term free will at all. And I'll explain why I see such a need. There is a tightly knit group of philosophers who specialize in what they would call the problem of free will. I won't identify them and the topic of their researches by reference to the phrase free will, however. For my part, I'll say that they're the philosophers whose writings are full of phrases like semi-compatibilism, transfer of powerlessness, alternative possibilities, ultimate responsibility. Let's call them the group. I have lately taken to accusing members of the group of ruining the term free will. Because I think the term has been ruined, I've sworn that I'm never going to use it myself anymore. But I'm breaking this oath at this meeting because free will is part of the title of this workshop, and I don't think that there's any need to drag my quarrel with the group into the present discussion. But understand this: free will is a technical term. It occurs in everyday discourse almost entirely in phrases like "of my own free will" and "of her own free will." And "I did it of my own free will" just means it was, when I did it, it was uncoerced. Free will used to be a useful technical term, like abelian group or moment of inertia or financial instrument. Useful because unambiguous. And what X had free will used to be was, sometimes at least, X is in the process of deciding between two courses of action. X is able to pursue each of them. But at some point, members of the group began to say things like this: while free will seems to require that open alternatives or alternative possibilities lie before us, a garden of forking paths, and it is up to us which of these alternatives we choose. But free will also seems to require that the sources or origins of our actions be, quote, in us, unquote, rather than something else, such as the decrees of fate or the foreordaining acts of God or antecedent causes of laws of nature, outside us and beyond our control. That's the end of the, that's not an imaginary quotation, that is actually by a member of the group. That is, it became common for members of the group to make assertions that began by saying free will seems to require alternative possibilities, and then go on to say it requires something else more than that. And it wasn't always the same more. Some people would say one thing, some people would add another thing. And eventually the term free will became that most useless of all things, a term of art, an ambiguous term of art. My contention is that it's a mistake to suppose that free will can require anything. If free will seems to require alternative possibilities, that's only because in those days when it was still a useful technical term, that's how it was defined. That was its stipulative definition. Saying that free will seems to require alternative possibilities is like saying that locomotion seems to require change of position in space. And to say that it seems that it also requires something else is to say that locomotion not only requires change of position in space, but something else as well, which is, depending on how you look at it, either trivially false or meaningless. Well, whatever the justice of these remarks may be, this is just a rant, this is an argument. You at any rate know what thesis the phrase the free will thesis refers to when I use it. So let's now return to whether determinism is compatible with that thesis. I would suppose that one should believe that determinism is incompatible with the free will thesis only if one believes that it's possible formally to deduce the denial of the free will thesis from determinism, or at least from determinism and some other premises that one believes to be both uncontroversial and necessarily true. But anyone who searches out such a deduction faces the problem of the vocabulary gap. The prospect of formally deducing thesis A from thesis B is dim if the two theses are stated in vocabularies whose overlap comprises only logical constants. And determinism is stated in words that refer to worlds and propositions, and the free will thesis in words that refer to agents and their abilities. Now, in constructing the second version of the consequence argument, I attempted to bridge the vocabulary gap by treating agents' abilities to perform acts as they're having access to a possible world in which they perform them. So, for example, instead of saying Sally is able to be in Chicago by noon tomorrow, one might say Sally has access to a world in which she will be in Chicago at noon tomorrow. And instead of saying Willie is able to be there even before Sally, one might say Willie has access to a world in which he will be at some point in Chicago, and neither at that moment nor at any earlier moment will Sally be in Chicago. Now, I should note that in order to make my sentences as simple as possible, in the remainder of this talk, I'm going to suppress the time variable in almost all the statements I make about agents and their abilities. I expect that anyone who is likely to listen to this talk will know how to undo that suppression by adding for all t prime, if t is a time and t prime is a time, then at the beginning of a statement, and then sticking in at t and t prime in appropriate places in the statement. So that we have the free will thesis that I mentioned. If you state it in terms of access to worlds, it would be something like this. You better look at the handout for this one. There's an agent X who's trying to decide between the incompatible courses of action Y and Z. X has access to a world WY in which X performs Y, and to a world WZ in which he performs Z. But since Y and Z are incompatible courses of action, WY and WZ have to be distinct worlds. And therefore, since there's only one actual world, the free will thesis entails what I'll call the minimal free will thesis. There are agents who have access to some non-actual world. And the denial of the minimal free will thesis entails the denial of the free will thesis. To show that the denial of the free will thesis can be deduced from determinism, it therefore suffices to show that the denial of the minimal free will thesis can be deduced from determinism. And that was what the second version of the consequence argument promised to do. It will be instructive to see how the attempt work and what's wrong with it. So here's a few abbreviations. There's the boldface alpha is the actual world. That's a abbreviation of the definite description of the actual world. It's not a proper name of the world that happens to be actual. HXY, the agent X has access to the world Y. LXY, the laws of nature are the same in the world X and the world Y. SXY, the worlds X and Y share a momentary state. So then here's how you write determinism using those abbreviations. That's next on the handout. And there's the minimal free will thesis. There is an X, there is a Y, such that X has access to Y and Y isn't the actual world. Denial of the minimal free will thesis is not deducible from determinism, but it is deducible from determinism and the following two premises, metaphysical assumptions, I'll call them. That is, if someone has access to a world, that world shares the laws with the actual world, or if someone has access to a world, it shares a state with the actual world. So any world that you sort of have the ability to get into is one where the laws of nature are the same, and any world you can sort of get into is a world in which is in the same state as the actual world at some time, say in the past. From the two metaphysical assumptions, well, the deduction is trivial. I'm not even going to go through it, but it's written out there if you want to. But yeah, I think you can probably see intuitively how it goes. So we have Y is the actual world, and the deduction is complete. The most important reason for refusing to look at this deduction, though, is really a proof of the incompatibility of free will and determinism, is this notion of ability that makes use of, that is, ability as having access to a particular possible world. And our abilities just are not that fine-grained. To say that I have access to a possible world would be saying something like this: there's something that I'm able to do, and if I did it, that world would be actual. But I don't even think that's true. I don't even look. I brushed my teeth this morning, if you call if actus is a proper name for the actual world, I don't think it's true that if I had brushed my teeth this morning, actus would be the actual world. But even if that is true, you can make that true by adopting what Lewis calls the strong centering principle, whereby the actual world is closer to itself than any other world is. At any rate, it certainly isn't true of any non-actual worlds. I couldn't even make it narrow by my performing some action, narrow the class of worlds down to, say, worlds in which the number of hairs on the head of my sister's eldest great-great-granddaughter is even on the morning of June 6th, 2106. There's nothing I can do that would bring that about. And possible world, a given possible world is much more fine-grained thing than that. So what I can do, however, is maybe make it the case that certain worlds are actual. I can make it so by raising my arm, I can make it true that one of the worlds in which I raise my arm at that particular time is the actual world. I could talk about having access to a set of worlds, or maybe even just to worlds. And so here's the definition. This is on the handout. X has access to the worlds in which P, that is, there is something X is able to do that is such that if X did that thing, some world in which P would be actual. The free will thesis, we remember, is this. There are agents who are trying to decide between incompatible courses of action and are able to form each of them. Stated in terms of pluralities of worlds, that would be something like this is on the handout. There's an agent X who's trying to decide between the incompatible courses of action, X and Y and Z. X has access to worlds in which X undertakes Y, and Z has access to X has access to the worlds in which X undertakes Z. Now, and this yields again the minimal free will thesis. There are agents who have access to the worlds, to worlds other than the actual. So, in other words, it's not the case that the whole class of worlds that I have access to comprises just the actual world. There are worlds that I have access to that do not include the actual world. And we can find excess access to the Y's, where the Y's is a plural variable. Now, there is something that X is able to do that's such that if X did that thing, one of the Y's would be actual. Now, since the free will thesis entails the minimal free will thesis, to show that determinism is incompatible with the free will thesis, it suffices to show that it's incompatible with the minimal free will thesis. And this I'll do now. So here are two more abbreviations. X has access, one is X has access to the Y's, and X is one of the Y's. I use this funny crooked symbol there to mean the X's are among the Y's, that is, which means for any Z, if Z is one of the X's, then Z is one of the Y's. We introduce plural quantifiers to bind the plural variables, and having these abbreviations and the plural existential quantifier at our disposal, we can write the minimal free will thesis this way. There is an X such that for some Y's, X has access to the Y's, and the actual world is not among the Y's. So now assume I am at this moment able to raise my left arm, and assume that there are worlds in which the proton-electron mass ratio is not the actual ratio. It follows from these two assumptions that there is someone, namely me, and there are worlds, and there are some other worlds such that I have access to the one set of worlds, and I have access to the other set of worlds, and the one set of worlds is among the other set of worlds, but I don't have the access to the smaller set. So just because I have access to some set of worlds, it doesn't follow that I have access to any subset of that set. I always have access to a superset of the worlds I have access to, but not necessarily to any subset. A simpler example of that would be this. Let's say I'm always able to hit the target when I throw a dart, but I can't reliably hit the bullseye. That is, there's always something I can do such that I'm able to do such that if I did it, the dart would hit the target. There isn't any such thing such that if I did it, the dart would hit the bullseye. There is something such that if I did it, it might hit the bullseye, but there's nothing I can do such that it would hit the bullseye. Then I have access to the worlds in which the dart hits the target. The worlds in which the dart hits the bullseye are among the worlds in which the dart hits the target, but I do not have access to those worlds. Now let's say that a world is a might world for an agent, just in the case if the agent did a certain thing, which the agent is able to do, that world might be actual. So the worlds in which, in that example, the worlds in which the dart hits the bullseye are might worlds, because there's something I can do, throwing the dart in a certain way, such that one of those worlds might be actual. And let's say that a world is a might world without qualification if it's a might world for someone. Obviously, some human beings. So worlds in which the moon is not roughly spherical are not might worlds, because there's nothing, no matter what anybody did, the moon would still be roughly spherical. It's not just that there's nothing we can do such that it wouldn't be roughly spherical. There's not even anything we can do such that if we did it, it might not roughly spherical. And we abbreviate X is a might world in the world Y. And yeah, because whether a world is a might world can be a contingent matter. A world that's a might world in that world over there might not be a might world, or a world that's a might world here in the actual world might not be a might world in a world that's more distant from the actual world than it is. Now here's the requirement I want to call the might requirement, and we can stare at it this way. For anybody and for any worlds, if access to those worlds, then some among those worlds must be might. They won't generally speaking all be might worlds, but it has to be that some of them are. Now, and we can state two metaphysical assumptions, the plural analogs of our earlier two metaphysical assumptions. So if anything, if a world is a might world at one world, then it has to share the laws of that world. And if a world is a might world at one world, it has to share the state with that world. In terms of the actual, for instance, if a world is a might world at the actual world, it's going to have. If a world is a might world at the actual world, it has to share the laws of the actual world. If it's a might world at the actual world, it has to share a state with the actual world. The minimal free will thesis is that if someone has access to certain worlds, then the actual world, the denial of the minimal free will thesis is this, that if anybody has access to certain worlds, then the actual worlds among those worlds. Is that deducible from, I say that's deducible formally from determinism, from the might requirement, and from those two metaphysical theses. So let's see, here's the deduction. Maybe this is worth going through. If not trivial, at any rate, it's very straightforward. So assume we're going to deduce the denial of the minimal free will thesis. So assume the antecedent, assume that access to the Y's. The might requirement gives us the if access to the Y's, there's some world that's among the Y's, and it's a might world at the actual world. And then we have modus, we've assumed the antecedent. So we have the consequent. This particular world Z is among the Y's, and it's a might world in the actual world. And then you take the right hand adjunct of that, MC alpha, and that in our go back to the two metaphysical assumptions, that yields Z shares its laws with alpha, and Z shares a state with alpha. This together with determinism gives us Z is alpha, and with Z is among the Y's yields alpha is among the Y's. If you want at the end of the whole paper, there's an actual written down formal deduction with all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed. But is this deduction a demonstration of the incompatibility of free will and determinism? Well, really, only if all those premises are not only necessary truths, but either provable or self-evident. I mean, it's easy enough to deduce anything from anything if you can add just any premises, however implausible. There has to be, and it's not really a demonstration of the incompatibility unless the ancillary premises are demonstrated. What I'm going to be looking at primarily in the rest of this talk is the topic that gives us this title, that metaphysical premise D, that the world has to share a state And that is, of course, I've chosen this because this is sort of inconsistent with what Barry thinks. So Carl Ginet has put a familiar thought in a very striking way. He says, our freedom is the freedom to add to the given past. So anytime you're adding, the past is just presented to you on a platter, and then maybe you're free to add something to that. At any rate, that's the only thing you're free to do, is to add something. If you're not free to do that, you're not free to do anything. Well, the trouble with striking statements is they're not very useful, usually in formal deductions. So here's a statement that I'll call GP, where that it doesn't mean it is Genet's principle, just a sort of mnemonic of where it came from. But that will, I think it's probably, if you find Genet's principle plausible, you'll find this principle plausible. All the worlds that are might worlds in the world X are worlds whose past is the past of X. Therefore, all the worlds that are might worlds in the world X are worlds that share some of their momentary states with X. Obviously, if the past is the same, then they share some of their momentary states. That is, MAB is a consequence of GP. But why should we accept Genet's principle or any of the principles that it suggests? Why should we suppose that all the worlds that are might worlds in a world X are worlds that share some of their momentary states with X? Well, suppose Ingrid, our friend Ingrid, thinks that GP is false. Suppose, in fact, that she thinks that some worlds that are might worlds for her share no state with the actual world. In that situation, Ingrid might well reason as follows. Reflecting on the thesis that some worlds whose past is not the actual past are might worlds for her, she says to herself, there's something I'm able to do such that if I did it, a world whose past is not the actual past might be the actual world. Having had this thought, she indulges in a further reflection. Let Cleo be a proper name of the actual past. Something I'm able to do is such that if I were to do it, I might find myself in a situation in which I could say truly, Cleo is not the actual past. Or if I make allowance for the fact that that's something that I'm able to do would take a little time to do, I can at least say Cleo is not a part, not even a part of the actual past. In my view, Ingrid's reasoning is correct. That conclusion does follow from the denial of GP. And so much the worse for the denial of GP, but that conclusion is impossible. Or so I say. But it's not my position that those who dispute this statement are denying the obvious. Well, there's more. Genet's principle has a sister. And its sister is, our freedom is the freedom to act in accordance with the laws of nature. And GP has a sister, well, which I'll call ML, for might and law. All the worlds that are might worlds in the world X are worlds whose laws are the laws of X. So in any world, the worlds that are might worlds in those worlds, that is the worlds that might be actual if somebody did something they were able to do, are worlds in which the laws are the same. Now suppose that Ingrid embraces both ML, that principle, and soft determinism. That is the conjunction of determinism and the free will thesis. Compatibilism is, of course, just the thesis that soft determinism is possibly true. She must conclude that she has access to the worlds that share no momentary state with the actual world, and hence to the worlds in which the past is not the actual past. And she must accept the following first person statement. Something I'm able to do is such that were I to do it, I would find myself in a situation in which I could say truly, Cleo is not, and it's not even a part of the actual past. Now, it seems to me quite impossible to suppose that anyone has any such ability. But again, I won't press the point. I will say once more that it's not my position that anyone who disputes this statement is denying the obvious. I will instead say something that seems to me to be right, even if what I've said in defense of Ginet's principle is wrong. The point I make, like the point about Ginet's principle, pertains to soft determinism. Soft determinism, I contend, implies that some of us, at least, and presumably all of us, are able to work miracles. I suppose, for example, that it's now causally determined that Tim, I didn't pick this, I picked all these names before I even knew who was going to get this conference. Causally determined that Tim will have 3 martinis at the reception tonight. That is, suppose that in every possible world in which matters now stand exactly as they do, as they actually do, and in which the laws of nature are the actual laws, Tim has 3 martinis at the reception tonight. Tomorrow, Sophie, the soft determinist, clicks her tongue and tells Tim that he ought to have stopped it too. Tim points out that it was determined from all eternity, or from the earliest moments of time, that he'd have 3. Sophie, being a determinist, agrees, but being a soft determinist, she insists that he was nonetheless able to stop at 2. She thereby ascribes to Tim the power to work miracles, for the power now to prevent or offend that which is causally determined is the power to work miracles. So at any rate, I maintain. Now, it's sometimes said or implied that a sentence of the form, I'm able to bring it about that P is a claim to miraculous powers only if the corresponding sentence of the form is contrary to the laws of nature that P is true. But there are simple and obvious counterexamples to that conditional. If I were to say, here, now, in these circumstances, I'm able to be in Jerusalem 30 seconds from now, I would be claiming the power to work a miracle. And yet it's not contrary to the laws of nature that I should be in Jerusalem 30 seconds from now. There are lots of possible worlds in which I'm in Jerusalem 30 seconds from now, and the laws of nature are the actual laws. Of course, in those worlds, if I wasn't in Jerusalem already, I started out sometime in the past, but that doesn't change the claim I make. H.G. Wells wrote a story called The Man Who Could Work Miracles. If I were asked to define the phrase human being who is able to work miracles, I'd insist that whatever the precise contours of the definition might be, it should have this consequence. A human being who is at T able to prevent the later occurrence of an event that is at T causally determined later to occur has to count as someone who is able to work miracles. Again, so I say. So at any rate, I maintain. For some philosophers have objected for various reasons to the use I've made of the word miracle in objects like this, and the use I've made of the phrase able to work miracles. I don't think the objections are good ones, but rather than defend my choice of words, I'll do what I generally do when I'm told that I've misused some word or phrase. I'll just drop the words and make my point using some other language. Let's say that an agent now has an ancestrally contra-causal ability if he or she is able to do a certain thing at some future time, and that agent will not do that thing at that future time unless some causally impossible event occurs between now and then. That is an event that follows this state of affairs, this present state of affairs, only in worlds in which the laws of nature are different or miraculously violent, if such worlds there be. Now, there's a logical point that needs to be made about this way of speaking. Suppose Sally will say yes when the question is put to her at T, only if a causally impossible event happens between now and T. That does not mean that if Sally says yes, she can go on to say, and to say truly, oh my goodness, a causally impossible event just happened. For unless at some later point, than the present, a causally impossible event occurs, means unless at some point later than the present, a certain event occurs, an event that as things stand is causally impossible. Generally speaking, most causally impossible events would not be causally impossible if they happened. Well, let's look at an example. So it's now 5 p.m. and it's causally determined that Tim will have a third martini at 7:07 p.m. If I say it's now 5 p.m. and the past and the laws entail that Tim will have a third martini at 7:07 p.m. Therefore, Tim will not refrain from having a third martini at 7:07 p.m. unless some causally impossible event occurs between now and 7:07 p.m. I think I put forward a sound argument. Its premise is true, its conclusion follows from its premise. And if I make the further inference, and therefore Tim is able to refrain from having a third martini at 7:07 p.m. if he is able to do a certain thing that he will not do unless some causally impossible event happens first. That reasoning is valid. But again, if he did have the martini at 7:07 p.m., he couldn't look back and say a causally impossible event has happened. That is the event in the closest worlds in which that event, there's a certain causally impossible event in the closest worlds in which it happens. It's not a causally impossible event. True statement in this world, that can't happen because it's causally impossible. But of course, if it did happen, it wouldn't have been causally impossible. But what are we to say of such an ability? Can it be that Tim is able to do something that he will not do unless some causally impossible thing happens first? Well, suppose that on a certain occasion next week, you are going to be asked an important question, a question that you must respond to by saying either yes or no. Well, you're a self-determinist, and for some reason, you believe that you are going to say yes. Maybe a time traveler from the future has told you that you're going to say yes, or God has told you that you're going to say yes, or the I Ching sticks and hexagrams have told you, whatever. For some reason, you believe that you're going to say yes. And then you're a good friend whose life, fortune, and sacred honor depends on your saying no. It comes to you and begs you tearfully to say no. You have to say, I can't make that promise, honestly. And he said, why not? Well, I can't say no, because a causally impossible event would have to happen before I said no. He said, wait, you're a self-determinist like me. You think that even though a causally impossible event would have to happen before you said no, you still think you're able to say no. You say, oh yeah, right. I wonder why it is that I'm so reluctant to promise, since I can do the thing that you asked me to do. I wonder why I don't feel that I can honestly promise you to say that. I think that's a very difficult question for the soft determinist. I'm not sure what the best answer for the soft determinist is. Libertarianism, that is the conjunction of incompatibilism and the free will thesis, is sometimes described as affirming the reality of contra-causal freedom. That's a canard. It's soft determinism that implies the reality of contra-causal freedom. Every self-determinist believes that there are agents who are now able to do things they will not do unless some causally impossible thing happens first. Libertarians, by contrast, believe that everything we do is consistent with the past and the laws. My advice to the compatibilist is not to dispute any of the things that I've said the compatibilist has to believe, but rather to accept them and attempt to show that they're harmless. For the compatibilist can certainly say the following, or something very much to the same purpose. All right, it's a consequence of compatibilism that free agents in a deterministic world have what you call ancestrally contracausal abilities. I suppose you could even say they're able to work miracles. But it doesn't follow that. If I suppose I grant you they're able to work miracles, I suppose I even accept that language. It doesn't follow that in a deterministic world, free agents would be able to raise the dead or turn water into wine. For one thing, the miracles free agents would be able to work, if they actually occurred, they wouldn't look like miracles. I mean, they wouldn't be events that would be obviously couldn't have evolved from Ginet's given past. They'd be more like the miracles Hume described in a well-known passage on miracles, where Hume says, a miracle may either be discoverable by men or not. This alters not its nature and essence. The raising of a house or ship into the air is a visible miracle. The raising of a feather, when the wind wants ever so little of a force requisite for that purpose, is as real a miracle, though not so sensible with regard to us. More importantly, however, these events won't actually occur. For if someone has an ancestrally contracausal ability, it's determined that ability is not going to be exercised. If, for example, it's determined that Tim is going to have 3 martinis at the reception and he's able to stop at 2, then it's determined that he not exercise his ability to stop at 2. The interlocutor asks, but what would happen if he did act on his ability to stop at 2, given that it's determined that he's going to go on to 3, I think? And I reply, well, he'd have 2. That's what it says on the label. In fact, the 2 counterfactual conditionals, if Tim acted on his ability to stop at 2 martinis, he would not have 3 martinis. And if Tim acted on his ability to stop at 2 martinis, it would not be causally determined that he would have 3 martinis. Are both true. And that exchange comprises a no more puzzling or counterintuitive series of statements than this one. Sally says it's causally determined that this pane of window glass will never break. And Bertie responds, well, what would happen if it were struck by a thrown brick? And Sally replies, why would it break? Of course. These 2 counterfactual conditionals, if this pane of glass were struck by a thrown brick, it would break. And if this pane of glass were struck by a thrown brick, it would not be causally determined that it would never break, are both true. My doctor father, Richard Taylor, thought that the concept of an ability such that it's causally determined that ability will not be exercised was so contradictory. He would say things along the following lines. An ability that is of necessity never exercised is no ability at all. I grant that if someone were able to prevent causally determined events from occurring, that would be an ability that it was causally determined would never be exercised. But if someone does claim to have that ability, it's perfectly in order for me to respond by saying, all right, if you're able to do that, let's see you do it. Go ahead, prevent the occurrence of something whose future occurrence is causally determined. It's evident that to be able to do X and to be able to obey a command to do X are the same ability. And no one is able to obey the command, prevent the occurrence of something whose future occurrence is causally determined. Now, this was not one of Richard's better arguments. For one thing, it proves too much. Anyone, compatibilist or incompatibilist, who accepts the free will thesis believes that we're sometimes able to do things other than the things that we actually do. Imagine that someone said to a believer in free will, all right, if you're able to do that, let's see you do it. Go ahead, do something that isn't one of the things that you're actually going to do. I grant that the believer would be unable to obey the command, do something that isn't one of the things that you're actually able to do. But that inability does not imply that statements like the following can't be true. Alice is not actually going to teach baby logic in the spring, and Alice is able to obey the command to teach baby logic in the spring. Tim is actually going to have a third martini, and Tim is able to obey the command, do not have a third martini. Robin is not actually going to testify at James's trial, and Robin is able to obey the command, testify at James's trial. And similarly, though no one is able to obey the command, prevent the occurrence of something whose future occurrence is causally determined, it doesn't follow that statements like, it's causally determined that Alice is not going to teach baby logic in the spring, and Alice is able to obey the command, teach baby logic in the spring, can't be true. I think they can't be true, but it doesn't follow from the fact that she can't obey that command, that it's not true, that there's such statements aren't true. To sum up my final point, soft determinism implies contra-causal freedom, the ability to do things that one will do only if something causally impossible happens. The necessarily never exercised ability to do things that follow upon the causally impossible, but which, if done, would not follow upon the causally impossible. And compatibilism, that is, the thesis that soft determinism is true in some possible worlds, implies that there might be agents who are able to do things that they would do only if the causally impossible happened. The compatibilists will reply, at any rate, this is the reply I recommend to the compatibilists. All right, yes, my position has those consequences, so sue me. They sound a little odd when you put the way you put them, but putting them that way is rhetorical, not a philosophical achievement. I'm willing to put up with it. And there's no resolving this issue. This is, after all, philosophy. Reputations of philosophical positions are rare indeed. As David Lewis once said, Gödel and Gettier may have done it. What we can do is count the costs. That's what I see myself as having been doing in the final section of this paper, counting costs. Thank you.
Great, let's have like a 1 minute break while I get this MC. And then I will call on people. And people who are zooming in, raise hands, and I'll try to see you or somebody will point out that you're there and call on people.
Is this whiteboard here? Or is the whiteboard only behind this? That's great.
Do you want the whiteboard to be available?
Yeah, but that,
Yeah, that
does
blocks
that
it,
interfere with Zoom?
but
Yeah.
I have like, I have a Zoom here, I can call people.
Okay.
So
You can get rid of that.
Somebody's gonna take.
Yes.
You have to walk across several roads.
This way I don't get. I said I'm just gonna bring this right to the front. Yeah. I'll go.
Right. I feel like I have to see her like 5 times and then.
No, it's an interesting. So much.
Once a year on board, talk about it all, the whole talk about the year. Walk around.
Okay, we're ready to start. So we have until about 11:25. Questions, and I think I told Ginet who ran out of the room.
She needs drugs.
What?
She needs drugs.
Drugs.
Coffee.
Oh, coffee, not drugs. Well, it's drugs. Okay, so since Ginet is back, somebody else gets to go first. Let's see. And was it a question?
Audrey, you had a question?
Patrick, you.
Oh, right. First of all, I am not a member of the group.
Didn't say you were, didn't say you were.
I'm a genuine. Second, I disagree with you about free will being a technical term. I've been doing experimental philosophy for a class of first-year students who make it a point of not telling them much about philosophy, taking free will quizzes. Anyway, only about half think that of my own free will is not coerced. And it doesn't take too much digging to discover that by free will means something like we have the ability to make choices, and we at least sometimes really have a choice and we're able to act on it. So, but about our freedom is the freedom to add to the given past. I don't think so. I mean, we don't have any empirical evidence of that. At the most, we have empirical evidence that sometimes it seems like we're acting in a way that's consistent with everything we know about the world now and about our own psychological state. At other times, okay, let me flip to you why adding to the given past is not how we think about it. We're having a private vote. I vote in favor, but I have voted otherwise, sure. But I would only have done so if either one of my colleagues made a better argument, or I changed my mind about something, or I remembered something I didn't actually remember. So I have an ability, yes. I don't exercise it, no. And I would only have exercised it if something had been different about the past. Does that mean I don't have free will? I take it you would say it does on that occasion, but as you have written on a different paper, on your account, we have free will less often than we ordinarily suppose.
I'm missing some. I agree with all your counterfactuals about in the hypothetical situation about the departmental vote. I don't see why I can't accept that all of them is true and also say our freedom is the freedom to add to the given past.
Because as a compatibilist, a non-Louisian compatibilist, no miracles, I say my ability is to act so that had I so acted, something about the past would have been different, no particular.
So, all right. Now,
So I have abilities, but that I would, because there's a difference between existence of an ability and its exercise. So the exercise of my ability is conditional on something, and something not entirely in my control. That doesn't mean it's not an ability.
so let's see, Keith Blair once told me that if he fought Muhammad Ali, he would beat. And the reason was he wouldn't get in the ring with Muhammad in the closest worlds. So you're saying in the closest worlds in which you vote a certain way, the past is different, and you have access to those.
No, access is a tricky technical term.
Well,
I'm saying the ability to vote differently is actually two different abilities. It's the ability to make a choice, and it's the ability to succeed in acting on a choice. And you can only succeed in acting on a choice if certain counterfactual is true. So it's not the case that anything goes. Just one more point. Other people will want to address the more technical points in your paper. I just wanted to say that I think the use
this is one of the most
causally-
technical aspects of the paper, believe me.
Causally impossible is a nicely ambiguous term. It suggests nomologically possible. Of course, we can't do anything nomologically possible. If I acted otherwise, there still would be no running faster than the speed of light. The laws would be the same.
Well, I didn't say,
Something about
I
the past.
didn't speak of us doing something causally impossible. I said that there was something that we would not do unless first something causally impossible happened. First, a law breaking.
Causally impossible might mean determined not to happen. So
That's
yes, of
what,
course.
and that's how I defined it. I said,
Well, sure. I mean, that's what a compatibilist is committed to, but I'm just suggesting it is not.
well, I
something
didn't,
incredible.
I don't think that this strikes me as kind of verbal essentialism because there's no thesis involved in definitions. Causally impossible. It can mean whatever that means, as long as you define it and use it consistently, you can define it any way you want, right? particularly if it doesn't occur in your conclusion.
Well, I think some physicists might argue about the causally impossible, because that's making a significant assumption that there is causation. Really is causation in a deterministic world, but I don't contest that. I'm just saying.
You don't
What is
think
your
the earth
argument
attracts?
against David Lewis's counterfactual version, the consequence argument?
Sorry, I didn't get the last part, but then I was thinking about.
If I had raised my hand right now, either there would be different laws or the past would be different. As Lewis and other compatibilists have argued, that doesn't commit me to an incredible claim that I have the ability to cause either a difference in the past or in the laws. I take it you agree.
I agree.
Yeah. So all that really follows is that I have some abilities which are such that I would exercise them only if something not in my control were different.
That's what I said. So you and I, there's just what I look at this and I see a sheer impossibility. And you look at this and you say, what's impossible about that?
So one other thing, you quoted Richard Taylor, who used the very same argument to argue for fatalist logic.
Yeah. So I'm very familiar with those arguments.
I will just say one more thing and then stop. Hobart talked about a failure of the analytic imagination. It is hard. I agree. I'm glad you say it's not obvious. It is hard to be a compatibilist. You have to actually exercise the imagination a bit and realize that there are things that we would do only if things outside our control were different. But don't we already know this? The arts don't have superpowers.
I never thought of that one. That is, I mean, you keep saying really obviously true things as if they were things that I hadn't thought of before. Of course, these are commonplace features of my thought, everything you're saying. I don't agree with you. I disagree with you about anything except the consequences of these commonplace things.
So I think the real disagreement is you're taking intuition seriously in a way that I'm not.
I don't
It's
use the
not-
term intuitions. They're
Well,
just beliefs.
You're appealing to things that would be very odd to say, and I completely agree. It's not easy to think in terms of entire possible worlds, how things would be and what we have access to. And to look at various settings and say, wow, that would be really.
Philosophy is diagnostics. Yes, yeah, you take the opponent's position as something that can be diagnosed.
Thanks,
I'll
Kathy.
shut up and
Maybe,
do someone else.
but the last remark sounds like you think someone's sick.
Well,
Anyway,
a want of the analytical imagination, that's
that was an
a
accusation.
cognitive defect,
Right.
right?
Yeah, Janan. So,
Hey, actually, this is a good place to start. So I'm going to diagnose what I think one should say from the point of view of physics. It's kind of argument. So if the challenge is supposed to come from physics, then one needs to use notions of time and determinism that come from physics. And I think if you take relativity seriously, you can't really recast your argument in a way that uses relativistically invariant notions of past in the right way. So if you think of the past as the past of X's past life, so the past is now is the contents of my past life, then of course GP is fine. You know, you can have nomological determinism, leaving lots of futures open that are entirely compatible with the contents of the past life. So I've tried to recast so many of the things that you said in relativistically invariant ways, and it just doesn't work. The laws plus my past leave all kinds of futures open without miracle, lots of futures without miracles or contra-causal events, so nomologically possible events. I think one does have to take seriously that the notion of time has changed in subtle but profoundly counterintuitive ways in physics. So in a way, it's physics itself. How when you recast the laws in a local form, you recast the past in a physically invariant way, something that from the point of view of common sense and conception of time and laws that are embedded in common sense makes freedom, or in any sort of natural understanding of the openness of the future and the ability to do different things compatible with the past, makes it seem impossible. But I think the diagnostic here, and your whole argument in a way, is a diagnosis of why determinism, using notions of past and future and global notions of laws and conception of the universe as unfolding in time and so on, that are built into common sense, are incompatible with free will. But those aren't physics notions.
Well, you're saying physics is incompatible with determinism.
No, determinism. Determinism. It says that when you recast the notion of law in a local form that we have in determinism says says that you can't fix the global state of that the total state of the world at any time is incompatible with the total is compatible only with one nomologically possible.
Well, if determinism presupposes a global state of the world, that shows that determinism is false.
No, so a couple of things. You can certainly technically foliate the universe by just introducing a sort of conventional foliation. And at any given on any given foliation, you can say any sort of global hyperslice of the world that one is compatible nomologically only with what one future future or past such nomological slice, but relativistically invariant notions, the only kind of non-conventional relativistically invariant notions are the ones that are defined in terms of the light,
Not really.
past and future relativized.
Well, you're talking about special relativity.
Or general.
Now, of course, if we bring general relativity into it, we talk about cosmological time, given the particular shape that this universe seems to have.
So what you should say, so there are a couple of things to say. One is you have to regard all kind of global notions, including topological notions, as sort of derivative. So what you take as basic are local points in space-time, local laws, and kind of relativistically invariant notions of past and future at a point. So the light construct. If you take those as your basic notions and you regard all global notions as derivative in the way that you would say that the total number of people in the class is derivative of all of the local facts in the class.
So
If you do that, then you can say all the on the ground facts are intact, are facts about what happens here and what happens there, and facts about the past and future of what happens here and happens there, and finally the light. And it's entirely compatible that my given past, it's entirely consistent that my given past at any moment in time is compatible nomologically with lots of possible futures. And that's true for every point in space. And it's true that for any nomologically possible world, any world that satisfies the local laws, is such that a global foliation of that world, the state at one time determines the state at any. Those things are all possible and consistent.
but are you saying that, say, the age of the universe is somehow derivative? Something non-empirical?
It's
So-
ill-defined.
It's
It's ill-defined.
It's ill-defined, so it supervenes on totality.
Yeah, that is what I thought. So we have this figure, I don't know, 13.72 billion years or something. But that figure, despite its relative precision, is ill-defined.
No, what you say is it's not defined, it's not fixed by the given past.
Suppose I say that the foliation I'm thinking of is two events widely separated, causally unrelated, are simultaneous in case the people at both places give the same age to the universe.
And I do you mind me just soon Andromeda and the Milky Way will merge. And the age of the universe measured in Andromeda and the age of the universe of Milky Way will be different. So in the same place, we would have two different ages of universes.
But there will be sometime in the Andromeda timeline when they say the age of the universe is 13.72 billion years, right?
Sure.
That's what's cosmologically simultaneous
Yeah, but that's
with us when we say it.
No, because it would be no past. At
That
some
would-
point,
They would be what?
that event that you've just defined will be in our past when we are saying the same time.
In our past.
Yeah, because
But I don't, I thought,
it's a fact.
I was proposing we define that as present. It won't be in our past by this definition.
Yeah, because Andromeda is going to pass in a moment in which our age of the universe will be saying.
You mean when Andromeda merges with Milky Way, if there are intelligent beings in both, they will have a different age
That's correct.
for the universe. Okay, I give up. You're right, but I think still what this shows is the relativity makes the global determinism possible.
You can introduce definitions of global determinism, too. Namely, any given, take any world that's compatible with the laws, make a foliation of that world, and the total and the state of how long any global hydrosurface is going to be compatible non-logically. But it's like conservation laws. What do you? So this is partly a question about the local and the global. What do you say about conservation laws? It's perfectly compatible with saying that the total energy of the universe is conserved, although the total energy of the universe is not fixed by facts and by law. Why is that? Because any solution to the laws, even though the laws are local, is going to be such that if you take that solution, introduce a foliation, the energy at any time in that foliation is going to be the same as at any other time. So
Okay.
you have to make choices about what you're
So
really
there's
taking as
a certain
long-term facts.
there's a certain metaphysical theory which I call determinism. You're saying relativity shows it to be incoherent.
Well, that's why
That
I
may
said,
very well be
but
true.
that's why I said that if the challenge is supposed to come from physics, which is the way that
I
it's
didn't
often.
say any jump. I didn't mention physics at all.
So that's why I said if the challenge comes from physics. So it's often presented in free will discussion. Look, we have this intuitive everyday notion. Physics has shown us that intuitive everyday notion is sort of bankrupt, or it's
Well,
some sort of.
I never claimed the authority of
So
physics for
your
anything.
argument isn't anything about physics showing
It's
us that there
certainly
are
not.
deterministic laws in a way that conflicts.
No, it's nothing to do with physics. And physics may show, in fact, that the view called determinism that I say is inconsistent with free will is radically defective. I only claim that it is inconsistent with free will.
Okay,
There may be all kinds of good. I'd be delighted for more reasons to reject it.
so you and I agree, and I didn't understand that.
Well, I mean, I don't think the word physics did occur anywhere.
Fair enough.
So the replacement notion of determinism is compatible with relativity is one that's pretty close to the old notion of determinism. I mean, so
So
one
that's
would have
what-
thought that if there was an incompatibility in one case, there'd be an incompatibility in the other.
So, but that's why it's, so the way that I don't want to take too much. I'll say
No,
one quick
this
thing.
is valuable.
So I think the way to do this is precisely that, we approach physics with notions of time, notions of law that are partly rooted in common sense, and we graph those on, even when we're understanding relativity, we, imaginatively graph those things onto formulas. But the part of the way that I would put this is, but when we come to assess or to philosophically assimilate the results of physics, we should take the physics seriously. And I think when you take the physics serious and you take the conception of time that relativity gives us seriously and try to understand determinism in that context, then in a very subtle way, the challenge that determinism presents to free will gets diffused. But certainly physicists all the time, and Carlo and David, the first thing that we do when we're given a relativistic universe is we introduce a foliation. We talk about its total energy at the time, and we think of it as evolving in time. We introduce laws of time evolution. So in a way, this is a way of taking physics more seriously than practicing physics. But again, if what we're doing is trying to philosophically assimilate what the physicists is telling us.
But we still would be faced with all kinds of local problems if there's no mistake of the kind the group finds in incompatibilistic arguments. But I mean, you've probably seen a coin tossing machine, right? Toss a coin hundreds of times and it falls. So there is this extreme local determinism. Presumably, the arguments about global determinism can be adapted.
So I think that's exactly the right place to move the challenge. And I think it feels strongly that it's both illuminating to do so about what's special about and the sense of what's special about human behavior and the sense of which we are. It's a much longer discussion. It's a very different. But
Well, I don't know that it's, well, I mean, probably.
It shouldn't be
In
obvious.
obviously, in some respects, it's going to be a very different one.
Yeah.
In some respects, it's going to be, I think, a mechanical adaptation.
So it shouldn't be obvious to me, but in exactly the way that you were saying, it shouldn't seem obvious, but I think that's the way to have the discussion.
I think you'll probably
it
think
comes
of
out.
different aspects of the problem. I'm thinking adapting the consequence argument to locally deterministic.
So those kinds of probabilistic stabilities are very rare.
The systems that illustrate are rare. But notice when they set out to construct a coin tossing machine, they knew what they were going to get, right?
I'm not sure.
Not
Well,
for sure.
Do you think so? The coin tossing machine, you want to toss the same coin in a vacuum, want to make sure exactly the same force is applied to the same point on the coin. These are just engineering problems, right? Setting it up this way.
Are
No, I
the
don't think-
microstates of the coin the same?
I don't think the engineers constructing
They don't. Of course not.
the machine,
And
we
because they don't,
yeah,
they can't, it'll.
but they
be
were
statistic-
perfectly certain
Of
that they
course
would
they are, because the-
illustrate causality.
Because the probability of it landing the same way in the next trillion.
Of
courses.
course, there is a probability.
That's.
Yes, there's a probability that the pen will go through the. Oh, it didn't.
But there's a small
But
probability.
what is it, 60 zeros out, 60 zeros, or something like that?
Do you want to ignore those probabilities? I mean, of course,
Well,
you'll ignore them for
ignore them.
practical purposes,
They
but not
are-
for philosophical argument.
They are ones that are necessarily ignored for all practical purposes in any possible.
Philosophy isn't practical for whatever.
Yeah, but the statement that I made about the conditions under which the
I shouldn't have chimed in. It's what- It's fine.
Yeah, don't we, oh, what time?
You guys done interacting?
Yeah,
We're going on. What time I said we're gonna begin? 11? We're supposed to begin?
No,
11:30.
11:30.
50 minutes.
We have time, yeah, okay. So, well, David,
so I just have I'm a little bit of an outsider here. I have a couple of questions, unrelated questions, but maybe I can just get people to talk more about what's going on so far. One is, if there isn't any reason to take the possibility of determinism seriously, then the argument, the logical structure of the argument might be fine, but there's going to be a question about how interesting it is. And I can't imagine what reasons there would be to take or not to take determinism seriously other than physics. So that's one question to put on the table. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding.
Do you want to answer that question? Or do you want?
Sure.
Okay, okay, first, there isn't any reason to take seriously the thesis that gas molecules don't interact. Nevertheless, a false theory that says they don't interact can give you a good first approximation to the way some gases behave. And then you can try to fix the theory up later by adding intermolecular
But so
forces.
our reasons for taking that
Well, you
seriously
can
are
squeeze
physics.
down the global determinism to local states
Oh, no,
of
that's
affairs.
we're talking about physics.
Well, if you said if you wanted to bring physics into it, but
No, I'm
I
asking
thought you
how we
wanted
could
to talk
avoid
about. I
bringing
thought you wanted to talk about the relation to physics. That's what you brought up physics. That's why I'm talking about it.
No. Yeah, what I'm asking is what one's posture is. If one thinks, what in what sense the question is an interesting question in a way that floats free.
Well, because the question of the compatibility of free will and determinism is only part of a larger problem. And the larger problem is this: free will seems to be inconsistent with determinism and also seems to be inconsistent with indeterminism.
Right.
And
Okay.
that is a question that, since logically speaking, one or the other has to be, unless, of course, determinism is an incoherent concept,
Okay.
which is another possibility.
That is, one or the other is going to be the way that physics turns out.
Right. And
Okay.
but the arguments are very different.
No, good. I understand.
But
Okay, no, I think
we're just
I-
looking at both sides of the.
Yeah, so, okay, I think you've answered my question. I just wanted to ask a simple question of Ginet. So forget about general relativity for the moment. Let's stick with special relativity. Because I think you think the point you're making comes up in the same way, maybe even more cleanly in special relativity. So look, I don't understand. Here's just a formal claim. Maybe it's not, maybe you think it's not relevant. I'm not sure if I think it's relevant or not. Certainly, if I wanted to make up a definition of the global past of a certain event, okay, it's easy to make up a definition that's obviously Lorentz invariant. Okay, I say space-like hypersurfaces that intersect past lifetime of the event are in its past, and I say space-like surfaces that intersect the future lifetime of the event are in its future. And that unambiguously divides all space-like hypersurfaces into past and future. If I call that past, I can reconstruct the consequence argument. So you must think that there's some reason why it's crazy to call that the past. And then let me just follow up with one other thing. I guess an obvious reason to think it's crazy is one could say, yeah, but given any such choice of what you're calling a past space-like hypersurface, there will be a choice of Lorentz frame in which part of that hypersurface is in the future of the event. Good. You know, I'm not sure. I want to hear more about how worried one should be about that. But another thing one might say is, okay, let's not talk about a Lorentz invariant notion of the past. Let's talk about, I guess, what you might call a Lorentz covariant notion of the past. That is, given any event, given any frame, okay, I'll be able to choose a space-like hypersurface that isn't, you know, that never intersects the hypersurface of simultaneity of that event in that frame. And I'll be able to run the argument separately in every frame.
So here's what I would say. First, let's get rid of the top frames. We can introduce whatever notions we want and call them past and future, but we should define what we mean by past and future in terms of the intrinsic geometric structure
So that was
That's
my
what he
first
did.
proposal.
Right, so that's why I said, let's get rid of
Okay.
it. Let's just look at that. So, and then what we have to do is re-examine. I mean, part of what these sorts of arguments do is they throw you back to really re-examine, what do we mean by past? And in particular, what do we mean by past in context, like something like Ginet's principle?
Right.
When we think in terms of the given past and
Right.
what possibilities there could be for the future. So I'm going to do a little bit of hermeneutics here. This is what I would say, what people have in mind when they're thinking of determinism. First they've got in the background this idea of the universe as a whole. Let's just get rid of that. That's a metaphysical picture which physics has moved beyond. But also, I think what the argument for the incompatibility with determinism of free will does, that's sort of prior in a way to the physics, is it tells you that you have this idea of the past and an idea of the future, and your relationship to them is different. You think of the one as in some sense fixed, one sense open. Determinism tells you that you can leverage the fixity of the past into the fixity of the future. And that's shock, tells you that your everyday, even pre-metaphysical practical standpoint is somehow incoherent. Now, put that in the relativistic context. Think of the intrinsic structure of the manifolds. There's the past, and that is given in a sense that we can come to understand in physical practical terms. And there's the future. And you see in relativistic setting how to make those things entirely, that sort of asymmetric practical relationship to them, to past and future, entirely stable. The instability that seems revealed by, kind of determinism when you're thinking in global terms. Relativity shows you, it's much more subtle than that. There's this ambiguous, absolute elsewhere. And that's what lets you maintain this sort of, asymmetric attitude. There's no longer there's no longer the ability to leverage the fixity of the past into the fixity of the future, because the very standpoint you would need, this standpoint from which you can divide the past, the set of events plainly into past and future, so that the one determines the other, doesn't exist in relativity. That's the idea.
So can I press this a tiny bit?
I
further?
feel, it's not my talk.
Okay, sorry, you're right.
But we can talk about this absolutely.
Okay.
Just.
Okay. So from a metaphysician's point of view, I want to ask you some questions about how you're individuating the possible worlds that enter into your characterization of determinism. So I think the question here initially, and how this will eventually enter into the argument, the recast argument for incompatibilism. So initially you say, well, a possible world is deterministic if no other world shares both its laws of nature and one or more of its momentary states. And then you define determinism as the actual world is deterministic. So there's just like, if you just got some state and no other world that, so somehow you've got to hone in on this one world in order to get determinism off the ground. So the initial question I had was, is the sharing of the states the sharing of a token state or a type of state? If it's the sharing of a token state, one concern is that, if you're a Lewisian, then that renders the laws irrelevant because no two worlds share any token state, right? So you would then make it the case that a possible world would end up being deterministic if no other world shares one or more of its momentary states. You don't need the laws, right? So it would, something seems to have gone off there. Now, if you then allow some weaker conception of the sharing of momentary states so that you can have different worlds that somehow share a momentary state, then it still seems to me as if you cannot use what you've got here as far as the world's being deterministic to characterize determinism, because it seems that there shouldn't be any problem, even if the laws are intuitively deterministic, with there being different worlds that share a momentary state in this sense, because you could have, for example, some abstract conception of possible worlds, and yeah, they share this token state somehow or another. And, intuitively on this world, it started earlier than the other one. Or intuitively in this world, it ended earlier than the other one. But still, the laws were deterministic and they share a state. So I guess my concern is that this characterization of determinism is problematic. And yet the argument for incompatibilism crucially relies on it. So that's my.
So I gave a principle of individuation for
Yeah.
worlds that is, they're the same if the distribution of truth values over proposition system is the same.
And I don't like that characterization. It seemed I offered a couple reasons to think it's not good for purposes of characterizing determinism.
Well, let's say that my ontology of possible worlds is Planck. What have we got against that?
Well, Planck, I thought he likes hexaity, so he wouldn't think that you could have two different possible worlds that shared a momentary state and have the same laws of nature,
Sure.
right? He likes
The laws of
hexaity,
nature,
be
laws of
different.
nature are propositions. Every law of nature exists in all possible worlds, though it wouldn't have the status of a law of nature.
Okay, so then you had to have another conception of propositions, but intuitively, the idea is just that
No, just the same.
specific one.
No, I
There's
don't see
about
why you
50
say, I
different
don't see why you would
characterizations
say
of
that.
proposition.
But
Look,
that-
the
but-
intuitive idea is just that, look, there could be possible worlds. They share a momentary state and they share the same laws of nature, and yet they're different. But here, this way of individuating worlds presupposes that they had to be the same, and that's crucial for the definition of determinism.
I'm just not following. Because again, see, so let's say a possible world is a state of affairs, like it says, it would be a possible state of affairs that includes all. For every state of affairs, it includes that state of affairs or its complement. And then you have to have some way of making these things unique. That is so you could take maybe a class of equivalent ones as of things of that sort as a possible world. Let's say that's what we do.
I just want to think about a possible world as kind of, extending in time, putting aside all the
No,
relevance,
they're
another
abstract. There is
consideration.
abstract.
That's fine, but
there's
I can have an abstract world that says, okay, I start at, my world lasts such and such time, put in those amount of time. My world lasts 50 years. This other world lasts 100 years. Intuitively, those two worlds could share a state and they could be governed by the same exact laws, and one just ended earlier.
But
So
wait,
they're different worlds.
If-
Intuitively,
if-
I can come up with,
if the world-
14
if-
different conceptions of possible
if
worlds.
the
according to
world
which
just
those are
ends at a
different.
particular time, that's not what the laws say. That's the laws.
It's a
Yeah.
possible world. It's a question about the individuation of worlds. The laws are neutral about when the world ends.
Well,
right?
the laws
God
aren't neutral
came-
about
life
what follows
and
what.
God came
The
in,
laws
he
are
made
not
the world.
neutral about what follows what. The laws do not say this state of affairs is going to be followed by nothing. They say this state of affairs is going to be followed by this something. And if it's followed by this nothing, it's not the same laws.
There's a conception of possible worlds, which goes back to Leibniz, according to which God sets things up and possible
Well, that's not
worlds
this
are such-
conception of possible worlds.
Okay, so
If God exists, he's part of the possible worlds, not the ordainer of them.
you're saying that God could not have made it the case that some worlds lasted longer than others, even if there was a deterministic law?
No, the same.
He couldn't, and he couldn't make some numbers have different ratios either. I mean, every fact about the possible worlds, except which one is actual, is necessary.
Okay.
That needs to be the
Would
last question.
What?
That needs to be the last question, yes. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
so we just said 11:30, right?
Yes.
That's
No, that's not good.
Okay, sorry. I agree with you on the last point, but nothing before that.
That's a good one.
Would you agree that?
Oh, what he said is right. That's the law. The law's going to say when the state is scheduled, so when it's up to the state.
Yeah, but it just depends on like what the nature of possible world is, right? I would think
Yeah, that would be
that-
another way.
I didn't know that, but of course I knew him for all of the fantastic papers, and he's written other contributions on personal identity and his famous paper on the essential lexical and so on. And I was especially interested in this book that some of you may or may not know about. I don't remember exactly the name. Is it On Procrastination?
Yeah, I remember.
Procrastination. So I put off reading this for the longest time, but I downloaded it the other day. I started looking at it. It's really a charming book. So it's something that all philosophers are very familiar with. Not this book yet, but they should be with procrastination. Anyway, so John is really one of the most important philosophers of the 20th century, in my view. And I'm really interested to hear what he has to say about freedom.
But we're in the 21st century.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but I was talking about the 20th century, just what I knew you from. I didn't actually.
No,
I didn't actually report one other
You
thing
used to
about
be
John, because I know him because he was sort of dragged in as sort of the extra person on my dissertation defense, which he says he sort of vaguely remembers. I'm sure he doesn't remember it at all, but I remember it pretty well because he asked me a difficult question. Anyway, so in the 21st century as well.
Okay, I'm gonna take this off. And I'll just stipulate I'm not a Republican.
Republicans should all put their masks on.
Well, this is the only reason I wear it. It's so people
Yes.
know I'm not opposed to wearing masks. Okay, freedom, determinism, causation, and entailment seems to be the title of my paper. Now, what I intend to do is defend a certain version of compatibilism, which I call wretched subterfuge. And what I intend to do is defend a sufficient condition for an act being free that does not require the lack of determinism. I don't mean to maintain that action never mind. That's all I want. I'm not giving necessary conditions for freedom, just one sufficient condition. And if I'm right about that one condition being sufficient for an occasional act of freedom, then compatibilism is true. So I'll first explain to you what the wretched subterfuge theory is. Then I'll look at the causal consequence argument. There's a very nice argument by Peter that he calls his informal argument in his book, and then of course it occurs in many anthologies. And I claim when you read it, not how Peter intends it, but when you read it, you kind of naturally take it either causally or in terms of entailment. So I'll discuss each of those, and then I'll give you some final deep thoughts. Now, this is a paragraph from Hume's Inquiry. By liberty, then, we can only mean a power of acting or not acting, according to the determinations of the will. That is, if we choose to remain at rest, we may. If we choose to move, we also may. That's Hume's Inquiry. It's only one of a million things he says about freedom. It's the only one I really want to defend. Kant called Hume's theory a wretched subterfuge. William James called it a quagmire of evasion. I thought I should choose one or the other as a title for my book. I actually invented with wretched subterfuge. And I don't know that at that point in his book, Kant was specifically talking about Hume. He could have been talking about No, lots of people, Hobbes or Locke. On the other hand, it's quite possible that if I knew more, I would know exactly who it's referring to. Okay, so now according to a compatibilist, there are some sets of conditions that are sufficient for an act to be free that do not include the absence of determinism. The compatibilists need not claim that all sets of conditions sufficient for an act to be free are like this. So I'm a compatibilist, and I think there are free acts that are determined, but I don't claim that all free acts fail to be determined. I could give you a slide explaining a sufficient condition which combines elements of determinism, St. Augustine, and a couple of other people. But I'm not going to, because it's just bullshit. But the point is, if you want to be a compatibilist, you have to claim there's one case of a free act that's determined. The only way to claim that plausibly is that there's a sort of free act that can be determined. So, okay. Now, my method is to try to come up with such sufficient conditions by looking at paradigm cases. I think there's a generally Wittgensteinian strategy, but I won't go into that. I see my candidate as a development of some of Hume's ideas in the inquiry, namely the one sentence I just gave. Kant called Hume's a counter-replicant subterfuge, and so I'm repeating myself. Now, by determinations of the will, I just think what Hume has in mind, or at any rate what I'm going to have in mind, is just what we might more modernly call motivating complexes interacting to cause a decision. So I think it's common sense, and Hume believed it, that we have beliefs, desires, whims, all sorts of things interacting in our minds. We call it deliberation. And that deliberations cause decisions, sometimes at least. And that decisions are the direct causes of free acts. I mean, I think that's the Hume picture the picture Hume had, and I think it makes perfectly good sense. And that's his main criterion for being free. Not that it's determined, not that it's undetermined, not that it's rational, not that it's selfish, just that whatever goes on in that part of your mind where you figure out what you're going to do, that's what causes that deliberation on the part of the agent. And some other stuff. No coercion, minimal rationality, no Frankfurtian interferers, no aliens controlling our world. Hume doesn't mention those, but I think he would accept that. In the paradigm cases he's basing his account on, those don't occur. And most importantly, the way I see it, I mean, Hume is often thought to have been given a hypothetical analysis in terms of if then, because he uses the term hypothesis, hypothetical liberty. But I don't look at it that way. I think he's giving a categorical analysis in terms of perfectly legitimate properties and events of the sort that occur, and not a hypothetical analysis. In other words, I'm saying that on Hume's view, sometimes there certain kinds of free acts occur, and they occur because of a number of things involving the agent and the surroundings of the agent and God knows what else are true. And maybe that certain hypotheticals are true in virtue of that, but those things aren't true in virtue of the hypotheticals. So I will give you a paradigm. Free act. Elwood is offered a cookie by the host at a party. Elwood is a creature of my brother, Tom, who was also Sue Perry's brother, Tom, who wrote science fiction until his premature death. And Elwood Fritchie was one of his favorite characters, I assume, because they wouldn't get confused with anybody else. Anyway, Elwood is confronted with a choice. He's at a party. The host puts a tray of cookies in front of him, some chocolate chip, some raisin. And he is intuitively can either take a cookie or he can not take a cookie, that is, refrain from taking a cookie. Thus, he satisfies what I call the Ginet proposition. He can do A or he can refrain from doing it, which I just think, for my version, mean he can not do it. And this, I don't know, if he ever calls it the Ginet proposition, I started calling. Now, what makes it the case that he satisfies the Ginet proposition is that he is in a circumstances C. That is, there's him and his circumstances. Of course, they get wider and wider, cutting through the whole world, if there was a world or a light cone or whatever the F it is that Ginet wants us to talk about on a given day. But usually it's the use. I mean, on Hume's view, and at least in my view, can is a word that has a use. It's been around for a long time, and it has a use because of the structure of certain basic situations in which somebody's going to do something or other, and it's helpful to know what they can do to narrow down what they will do. So he's in a circumstance C. In Elwood's case, he's in the circumstance of being at a party where a host is offering him a cookie. There is a sequence of basic actions such that if he executes them, I follow the tradition of philosophy of action here of using execute for basic actions and assuming that actions generally consist of sequences of basic actions. And insofar as this is an oversimplification, it's because I'm at the limit of my intelligence. You can't do better. So he's in a circumstance in which roughly doing this will constitute taking a cookie. And doing a lot of other things like will constitute not taking a cookie. So it's not just, there's lots of sequences of basic actions such that someone in Elwood's circumstances, if they do that sequence of basic actions, will have taken a cookie. He does those same basic actions in different circumstances. He may not have taken a cookie. He may have taken a parsnip, or he may have just made himself look silly. And then there's, so that's the basic idea, I think Hume's getting at. That's what an action needs. And the unimpaired capacities to perform A1 to AN, I mean, the basic actions that involve doing it and not doing it. A capacity just means like, if you cut off my left arm, I would no longer have the capacity to scratch my head with my left arm. If you put my left arm in chains, I would have an impaired capacity to scratch my head with my left arm. So he's got the capacities to make the basic actions, and they're unimpaired. And he's in a circumstances in which making them, executing them, I should say, will constitute making the non-basic action, taking the cookie, or the other one, refraining from taking the cookie. And what Hume wants to say is those decisions and the deliberations that led to those decisions have to cause the decisions and the action for it to be free. And that doesn't require that the deliberative process be deterministic or be non-deterministic, right? It just requires that whatever it is, that's what the immediate cause and the proximate cause of the action are.
Someone put this list in?
What's
Oh,
that?
yes.
Do I need to do something?
Just ignore those notifications, by the way. It's just like people trying to enter the room. I just
Yeah.
accept them like here.
Yeah, you can either ignore them or just pay attention to them instead of the dribble behind you. So, here's Elwood. And let's see, I will leave out all the details. My mind is full of about light cones and stuff like that, just so that you will not get confused. So occasion, you can talk to me later about insights that, never mind. So let's suppose that Elwood has been around for his whole life and that he had ancestors going back as far as you want. Let's suppose that the world is deterministic and so it's been unfolding. Let's suppose determinism is kind of simple and we're not thinking of the way we should think about it. Given modern physics, we're thinking of the way we should think about it given my 7th grade education. And it goes on and on and on and on. And so Elwood comes to the party and he notices that cookies are being served. And he gets in line and he sees the guys coming down with the cookies. And he's thinking, I like chocolate chip cookies. My wife tells me I'm overweight and I eat too much. But she won't know that I took a cookie, except that I see her friend Gertrude down the way. So she probably will know that I eat a cookie. So what should I do? And by the time the guy is close by, he's decided not to take a cookie. And so he doesn't take a cookie, which is one of the things he can do because he can make he has the unimpaired ability to execute the basic movements required, and he's in circumstances where they would constitute taking a cookie or where the ones he actually executes constitute not taking a cookie. So he ends up refraining from taking a cookie. That was determined, if determinism is true, from all times. And part of its being determined was the stuff going on in his mind that led to the decision being determined. But so what? It was the cause of his decision, that deliberation, not somebody else's deliberation, not coercion, not various short circuits in the brain. So Hume and I say he was free but determined. So we have one case of it. So even such a great philosopher as Peter, whose book, and in particular the chapter of his book that was reprinted in who's the guy from Riverside?
Fisher, John Martin. Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher, but the guy that did the anthology, he's got your paper.
Well, that's not a unique description.
I know. At Riverside, he was at Riverside. Never mind. Okay. Where was that? All right. So I claim Elwood's refraining from taking the cookie as a paradigm case of a free act of the sort for which I have proposed a sufficient condition. What I'll call a wretched subterfuge sufficient condition is an account of what conditions are sufficient for the sort of paradigm free act, not an attempt at a general necessary and sufficient conditions for any free act. The wretched subterfuge conditions do not include the absence of determinism. And if determinism is true, the events involved in Elwood's motivating complex will be determined, but that doesn't matter. The key idea is that the determinations of the will have to be the proximate cause of the act, and the decision has to be the direct cause for it to be free. Even if the events involved in the deliberative process are determined, this condition can be satisfied. So determinism does not prevent Elwood from meeting the wretched subterfuge conditions for performing the free act of refraining to take a cookie. That's my. Oh my goodness, it's there. Okay. So this is. Oh, shit. There we go. This is got a title. I think it's called Forking Paths. Right. So there's this novel Forking Paths by what's his name in South America, Borges. Yeah, Borges, called Forking Paths, or a garden of forking paths. And the term forking paths has been taken over by some physicists. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ginet. No, don't correct me if I'm wrong. So for how universes might split off from one another. But then John Fisher, and maybe Peter in a place or two. No, okay. Uses the term forking paths for.
No, actually, I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I see, I've read your stuff more carefully than you would. Forking paths for when a person makes a decision. And the idea is one path goes to one possible world, and the other path goes to another possible. And this is where closely connected with Ginet's notion of access, right? You can't follow the path of this possible world unless you have access to that possible world. And for you to have access to the possible world at a time, it has to bear a certain relationship to the world you're in at that time. And Ginet says it has to be an extension. Now, but my example is simpler and has something to do with reality in English. Suppose you're in Palo Alto and you're looking out at the bay and you decide to take a walk and you get to a certain point in the path and it forks. And there's a little sign, and one sign says Mountain View, and the other sign says Menlo Park. Well, now there's a perfectly clear sense in which somebody standing at that fork in the path can go to Menlo Park and can go to Mountain View. Why? Well, because the circumstances are such that there are basic actions they can take that in those circumstances, I shouldn't say can take, I should have the competence to make, will lead them to Mountain View, and they are unimpaired. And similarly with Menlo Park, and they're unimpaired. And which they do will be determined by their deliberation, by their beliefs and their wants and desires. Sally has a luncheon appointment in Menlo Park, and Robert has a luncheon appointment in Mountain View. They will do different things, but they can do the same thing. That's what the damn phrase is all about. It's not to say something about possible worlds. It's not some kind of hidden propositional attitude. When you say X can do blank, blank is not a proposition. It's an act. It can be reworded as X can bring it about that blah, blah. Peter. Or what is Ginet's phrase instead? So, lots of philosophers like to get things in the form of propositional attitudes for some reason, because you can plug in modal logic and what everybody's been obsessed with for the last 50 years. I haven't been obsessed with those things. I don't much like any philosophy that requires boxes, triangles, backwards E's, or upside down A's, and I avoid it wherever I can. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but it's not an attraction for me. So I'm just trying to say forking paths, that's a very inviting metaphor, but it's a metaphor, but here it's not a metaphor, it's the truth. And it suggests the word it. Finally, a little bit about Einstein's conditions. I don't seem to have it. Just a second. So that's not right.
No.
Sue, what time is it?
It's 12:01.
Level one,
12:01,
right,
and I have till
we
3.
have plenty of time.
No, he didn't deny that.
All right.
So I like the idea of an Inus condition from the philosopher J.M. Mackey, one of the great philosophers of the 20th century. It's his view, it's part of his analysis of causation, and he's a philosopher of science, among other things, so it's very much connected with his analysis of causation and laws and all sorts of things. For me, it's the key to unlocking the philosophical universe. But I won't go over all of that this morning. So what is an Inus condition? Well, you have a condition like my standing here. That's a condition. And that's an Inus condition of my giving this talk. That is to say, it's not enough. It's not sufficient for me to give the talk, for me to stand here. As many of you have no doubt contemplated, I should demonstrate for an hour or two. Stand here and not give a talk. So, but it's an insufficient, but it is a necessary part, and he sometimes says in ethical things, a really non-redundant part, but I like necessary part of an unnecessary but sufficient condition. So the sufficient condition for giving the talk that I'm satisfying is standing here in front of a crowd, moving my mouth, making noises so they can hear them, and a lot of other things. That suffices for me to give a talk. It's certainly not necessary for me to give a talk. I could still be in Palo Alto Zooming. I could be standing on my head and doing American Sign Language with my feet. There's many ways I could give a talk that do not involve standing where I'm standing. So it is a condition that is a necessary part of the sufficient condition that makes it the case that I'm giving a talk now. But it's not yes, sir, yeah. But that sufficient condition is not itself a necessary condition because there's other ways to give a talk. I think it's a great condition. And according to the what wretched subterfuge, given that competence's way of relations and all that stuff is intact, for Elwood to grab or refrain from grabbing the cookies, the determinant of his will provides the Inus condition for him to do one or the other. Right. It's a, well, I'll leave it at that because I'll get confused if I get complicated. But my point is that's the categorical situation that can get set. And that will imply two conditionals, but it cannot be analyzed in terms of conditionals, which barely make any sense anyway. That's the kind of situation that is used to describe, and many other things that are part of our ordinary vocabulary describe Inus conditions, including, as Mackey very plausibly says with some qualifications, causes. A causes B does not mean that A is necessary, is sufficient for B to occur. But it does mean that it's a necessary part of a sufficient condition, which is itself not necessary. That's very plausible. Mackey does a good job with it. And if various philosophers specialize in boxes and diamonds and stuff like that, like Kripke and Lewis hadn't gotten in the way, you know, never mind. We'd all be Mackies. Now I shift to consequence arguments. My favorite consequence argument is von Inwagen's simple argument in his book, and the essay that is always reprinted and republished, in which every one of us is used in our introducing students to the free will problem, I would wager. I'll go down and look at it first. If determinism is true, then our acts are the consequences of the laws of nature and events in the remote past. But it is not up to us what went on before we were born, and neither is it up to us what the laws of nature are. Therefore, the consequences of these things, including our present acts, are not up to us. I just, first time I read it, I mean, I was an incompatibilist like everybody until I got to UCLA and met John Torek. And he persuaded me to be a compatibilist, and I was a compatibilist for another 20 years, taught that view to thousands of students, all of whom were incompatibilists when the course started, and were still incompatibilists when they heard everything I had to say. And then, you know, once I had to teach a course kind of on more modern stuff about free will and determinism, and I started reading about the consequence argument, and I said, can I say shit in New Jersey? I guess so. I mean, you know, you have to be respectful. But I said, shit, that's pretty damn persuasive. Well, Torek was dead, and he didn't publish his thesis. I didn't find his hero Hobart completely convincing. So I began to struggle with the consequence argument. So what was one point I was adding? So his consequence argument, which I just read, seemed to me to be able to be read in two different ways. I want to emphasize, I'm not saying that von Inwagen was indecisive or unclear. He made it perfectly clear that he believes causation is a morass. What the contrast with in other parts of philosophy, I'm not sure, but anyway, I certainly agree with that. Causation is a morass. And so he defines determinism in terms of entailment, maybe, you know, in other logical terms. But the intuitive way he states the simple argument suits my purposes, because you can take that consequence to mean causal consequence or logical consequence, and the argument's sort of moving in either way. So I'll give it two interpretations and argue it doesn't work with either one. So the word consequence can be read as causal consequence or logical consequence. The events have causal consequences, which, if determinism is true, are determined by the laws of nature and previous events. And the things in this relation of causation, I take it are events which are very close in time, maybe overlap, and maybe also work in many other strange ways that Ginet can tell us about. But the concept of causation was born kind of like Hume describes, to describe a pattern. I believe with Strawson, not Peter Strawson, but his son, that Hume is usually misinterpreted, and he's a bit of a realist. He just is an epistemological skeptic. He thinks causation is real, but we can't know what it is. Now, if you think Strawson's wrong, fine, I don't know. It seemed plausible when I read it. But so, in terms of causation, events have remote, proximate, and direct causes. One very remote cause of my being born was my being conceived, and a direct cause of my being conceived, a pretty direct proximate cause, was the weather in Portland in some date in middle of 1942. A more proximate cause of my being born was my mother not getting an abortion, going to the hospital, paying for a doctor, blah, 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 blah. And the direct cause was her putting in lines and getting me delivered. So remote, proximate, and direct causes of events. The Reichenbach subterfuge holds that for a common variety of free acts, not all of them maybe, the determinations of the will are the proximate causes, and the decisions that result from them is the direct cause. I should have thought of my being born example before. Presumably, we can all agree that the laws of nature and the occurrences of events before we were born are not up to us, or we're not up to us. The argument transfers this status of not being up to us on the assumption of determinism to our present acts. I take it that to say an act is not up to us implies that we don't do it or refrain from doing it. We don't do it or refrain from doing it freely, and thus are not responsible for doing it or not doing it. And if I don't have that quite right, Peter won't say anything until maybe. But the word therefore performs the transfer of not being up to me from past to the present. But I think more needs to be said about this therefore. I take it that an act I perform is not up to me. If an act I perform is not up to me, then I'm not responsible for it. Probably qualify that, maybe not responsible in the way we all care about when we discuss free will and stuff. Therefore, the therefore embodies the assumption that if an act is caused by events and facts that are not up to me, then the act is not up to me. But that seems simply wrong. Example, the department adopts the requirement that graduate students need to take a class on teaching before they get their degree. The chair says to the graduate director, it's up to you to make sure graduate students are informed of this new requirement. As a result, the graduate director freely emails all of the graduate students announcing the new requirement. The department's decisions, the director's awareness of those decisions, his hearing the order from the chair and the chair is making the order, are the remote causes of the director telling the graduate students of the new requirement. That doesn't mean it was not up to the graduate director to tell them, that she wasn't free to tell him or refrain from telling them, in which case she would have done something wrong, or at least to the displeasure of the chairman. And they did not leave the email system and the rest of the university in a state in which the director's basic actions were no longer ways of informing the students. So emailing the students was a way of informing them in the circumstances she was in. It was up to her to execute the basic actions that constituted informing the students, which she did freely. So, but von Inwagen and many other advocates of the consequence argument don't have causal consequences in mind. So my criticism of the causation is perhaps irrelevant. Intuitively, causation is a relation among events, while entailment is a relation between sentences or propositions or both. I'll just say propositions, I think. Laplace observed that according to the basic classical mechanics, the precise location momentum of every atom in the universe determines their location momentum for any future or past time. If Laplace's demon, not his invention, but not his word, knows the precise location and momentum of every atom in the universe at a given time, it can compute their past and future values for any other given time. They are entailed by the laws of classical mechanics. So one of our first warriors about determinism and freedom, Laplace, took sort of the entailment version of something like the consequence argument. But where do those entailments come from? Entailments are not relations between causes and events, relations between propositions. Maybe. Now, knowledge brings in propositions, and propositions stand in the relation of entailment. So that demon is important because it gives him a mind to work with. And when mind gives you propositions, because they're the objects of beliefs and all that stuff. And then, of course, this is a tie with the earlier worry about the problem of evil, and also connected arguments in the St. Augustine's time about free will. But as Richard Montague said, suppose classical mechanics is deterministic in the sense of Laplace. It should follow, if we were able to spell our definition out explicitly, that for any instance T0 and T, there are sentences P0 and P, expressing the state of the universe at T0 and T respectively, such that PT is deducible from P0 combined with the laws of classical mechanics. It seems unavoidable to suppose that there are at least as many sentences as there are instances, that is, real numbers. But there are only innumerably many sentences in any standard language, and as Cantor has shown, there are more than innumerably many real numbers. We have thus arrived at a contradiction, and Laplace's allegation has been shown to be quite trivially false. Well, that's what Montague said.
But you can close that thing with the, do you want me to close it?
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Oh, that X.
Yes.
Oh, but I can figure that out now too. But Montague's kind of, why does he need all those sentences? So what are you kind of backing into this whole thing from model theoretic analysis? You have models assigning things to words and truth values to sentences, and the general ideas you don't get there without a language that has to be finally. But well, can't we just go back to Frege's thoughts? Frege's thoughts, his candidates for propositions were abstract objects, not part of the causal realm. Their conditions of truth were intrinsic, unaffected by mental and physical events, unaffected in any intrinsic way by the development of language. They're developed as a non-intrinsic way, in that they come to have the property of being expressed in language. But anyway, why weren't they good enough for us? Couldn't Laplace and the consequence argument use propositions like this? Now, an aside about events and propositions. Contingent propositions are made true or false by events. I believe that. Including acts at times. Before it is made true by events, a proposition is neither true nor false. That's my view. I think it's common sense, except it's not common. Here the is the is of the present tense. So right now I'm making true the proposition that Perry is drinking a cup of coffee at this time. Lukewarm that may be. So that's kind of odd because we're all taught two-valued logic, and most philosophers say, I took one logic course, I learned two-valued logic. Don't tell me I should take another one. If determinism or something weaker is true, then the truth values of a proposition may be settled before events make it true or false. Now, we could use the word be true, use be as a tenseless form of is. So to be was made is now being made or will be made true. If we do that, we get a two-valued logic. You don't need to take another logic. So this is the view I recommend. But not keeping in mind there's a difference between having been made true and going to be made true is dangerous. On the other hand, the term settled is clearly okay. I mean, can be settled in a lot of ways, but if determinism is true, a lot of truth values are settled before the propositions that eventually have them get them. More contemporary, but you know, we need to deal with all that crap. A more contemporary view is that propositions are abstract objects having a structure that allows them to be usefully assigned to statements using sentences that already have truth conditions in virtue of their use as parts of language. I mean, if you introduce propositions in an article or something these days, that'll be what you have in mind. Even if you don't explain it, you probably are not a Freudian, you know, pure propositionalist. You're probably, but anyway, such propositions, maybe you're taking to be sets of pairs of objects and properties, or sets of possible worlds or something, but such propositions do not have their truth conditions intrinsically and eternally and independently of the mental and physical realms, as Frege thought, his thoughts did. Lewis even points out that if he changed his system, so he said a set of worlds, if he said the opposite of what he said about truth, he said his proposition is never, and my mind is getting confused. But even if you think of propositions as sets or sequences or even sets of something like possible worlds, you still have to have a convention that says what if a set is if a proposition is a set of possible worlds, what makes the proposition true? Well, the actual world is in it. But Lewis says, I could have said the actual world is not in it. The way I did it's much cooler and more intuitive, but so there's a convention involved in use of even very abstract set theoretical versions of propositions. And such propositions will not solve Montague's challenge because we still have to come up with sentences and the relation to these sentences and whatever these abstract objects we're using for propositions, and that will still require a hell of a lot of sentences. I should just say, maybe one thing that's working in this paper notice is that possible world, I don't like possible. Possible worlds theorists like the word world. The word world is a very flexible. You think about, well, the world of Rutgers is much different than the world of Princeton, even though it's just down the street. Or we can mean the Earth, or we can mean the galaxy. But none of those things are at all plausible for giving us the kind of possibility and necessity and all those things. We're talking about the universe, right? Why not?
Tell you later.
Tell you. And the universe is very large. There are, according to the experts I looked at, mostly in Wikipedia, about 1 trillion galaxies at least. Is that right, Ginet? So if you're saying something's impossible in the sense that there's no possible world in which it's happening, you're saying there's no actual world in which it's happening. There's no part of the actual world, no part of the actual universe in which it's happening. And there's no possible universe, that is, no possible bunch of 1 trillion galaxies in which it happens. I don't know, that just somehow makes the whole idea of looking for truth in the possible world a bit odd to me. So if determinism is true, then there are true propositions that describe events. This is the entailment version of the argument, which are present acts are remote. What time is it? 12 what?
26.
12:03. 12:13.
26.
I guess I.
Yeah, okay, I'll wander on a couple more minutes now. Propositions describing these events conjoined with a proposition that encodes the laws of nature will have as logical consequences now, not as causal consequences, propositions that describe our present acts. So if the proposition that Elwood refrains is logically entailed by a proposition encoding the laws of nature and other propositions made true before the party, indeed before he was born, then he cannot make it false. So that's the entailment version of the consequence argument in its simple form, misinterpreted according to the way never mind. That's the entailment. Okay. Now I'm going to say a couple problems with the entailment version. The first is the same problem with the causal version. The propositions that entail, along with the laws of nature that Elwood refrains, do not preclude that Elwood's deliberation and decision are not the proximate and direct causes of his refraining, and so that he doesn't satisfy the Ginet proposition. That just, it doesn't follow on the concept of can that Hume and I propose. So the entailment consequence argument simply doesn't work against the WS account, which of course is not a major objection to the consequence argument if the WS account is completely stupid. But the second objection is that the second premise is false, as I stated. The second premise is propositions describing those events conjoined with the proposition that encodes the laws of nature will have as logical consequences propositions that describe our present acts. But to have entailments when conjoined with the laws of nature, the premises need to be more than descriptions of the events usually recognized as causes. Because the laws of nature can be affected by all sorts of things that we just wouldn't capture with those descriptions. As von Inwagen clearly sees, we need to combine the laws of nature, not with just the events that you would have used to give the causal explanation, but with total states of the universe that include those events, but all the other things that would, in science, be excluded by a ceteris paribus or something like that. That won't do it here. Then can't we clear this up with possible worlds? There's three basic theories of possible worlds, according to me. The first is functions from realistic models to truth values, which I associate with Kripke and Stalnaker. A realistic model, so a traditional model in logic or metalogic is a function from the expressions, including the sentences, in a language to appropriate references, including truth values. Carnap introduced what I call, he didn't call a realistic model, which is take the domain of the model not to be the expressions of language, but the objects and properties that those expressions give you. So a realistic model gives you not a relation between a bunch of expressions and a bunch of references, but a bunch of objects and properties, and that. And that's kind of what Kripke did and kind of what Stalnaker did. Stalnaker made a sharp distinction between using possible worlds the way Lewis does and using it the way he did. Lewis's modal realism was that possible worlds are just concrete worlds, just like our world, as concrete as our world at any rate. Actual is an indexical, so there's a lot of possible worlds. Each one is the actual world for the events that occur in it. Lewis Stonecker says, no, there's just one world. Right? The actual world. Lewis's worlds are just kind of ways of thinking about how things might be. They're not actually different universes in which world things are different. A lot of people say, did Lewis really mean that? And I've had people tell me sincerely that he did not. Give me extravagant explanations of what he did mean. But I'll give you a little bit of testimony here. I took a course or a seminar from Richard Montague in about 1969, maybe. And David Lewis and Barbara Partee also took it. And after each seminar, David and Barbara would take me out and have coffee and explain to me what the hell Richard had been talking about. But one day Richard came along and I had them all three there. And I said, now I got all you three possible worlds fanatics together. I want to ask you a question. What do you think they are? You think they're real concrete alternative worlds? Or just some kind of make-believe thing, or just some kind of elaborate set that when you're not busy, you'll explain? And Richard said, well, that's an interesting question, and I don't know. I really want to think about it. I think it's interesting, but I just don't have time now because I'm just too busy using the framework to, develop parts of linguistics. I'll just have to think about it later. Of course, he was murdered a year later. And Barbara said, well, I don't think it's interesting to me. I will go with whatever Richard decides. I just think it's the greatest thing that ever happened in linguistics. And then David said, well, the more I think about it, the more I think they're real, concrete worlds, just like us, but we're not in them. And I looked at him. Dave and I were pretty good friends. I said, David, you are so brilliant. You've got such a future. You're going to throw it all away on a crazy view like that? Huh?
The first incredulous stare.
Yes, the first incredulous stare of many for me. And of course, that mainly shows my ability of giving people advice and telling the future. But anyway, then finally, the one I think is best, and the one that in his book, Peter recommends, as I read him, Plantinga takes a possible world to be a maximal state of affairs. And a state of affairs, as I get Plantinga, is what corresponds to a sentence in the way that the object referred to corresponds to the name, and the property attributed corresponds to a predicate. So you've got individuals, predicates, and states of affairs, which is a pretty common use of state of affairs. So a state of affairs is not a sentence. It's a complex metaphysical thing involving properties, relations, times, and all that stuff. And each state of affairs is a possibility. And some of them are facts. And Plantinga calls proposition, calls the world a maximal state of affairs. In other words, you got a population of objects, you got a population of properties, you got a population of relations, some times and stuff, all these combinations. If you have an answer for every question that every combination gives rise to, then you have a possible world. And I think Peter's right about that if you're going to have possible worlds, but Barwise and I put together something rather like Plantinga's account, because we had objects, properties, relations. We were realistic about all those things. And then we had situations which were just larger and larger parts of the world. That is, what of what happens. And then situations made states of affairs true if what happened in the situation made it the case that those objects had those properties and so forth and so on. So I think that can be mapped on pretty closely to Plantinga's theory, but we didn't have any maximal states of affairs. We didn't think there couldn't be maximal states of affairs, but we saw no reason to suppose that you could keep going to larger and larger situations and getting more and more answers to your questions. And then, you'd have to reach an end. We couldn't see any reason to believe that. Remember, there's 8 trillion galaxies. And things even in our little world have gotten pretty small. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. And why would we assume that there's a maximum or a minimum for that matter? I mean, who was that guy that likes Hume a little bit? Oh, Kant. Didn't he have a big deal about this? No transcendental reason for believing. Never mind Kant. So in situations and attitudes, we kind of agree with Plantinga and therefore with Peter about how to think about possible worlds. But the way we think about it does not support the consequence argument, because you can not get this full state of the world. So you cannot get these entailments between previous events and the laws of nature and the future. Conclusion. On the wretched subterfuge conception of freedom, the consequence argument does not succeed. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a half hour more for questions. Maybe you can go first.
Are you looking at that clock again?
So
No, I was looking at my,
Oh, okay.
but we can, if we don't start lunch exactly at 1, that's okay.
So my knowledge is pretty limited when it comes to possible worlds, and I've only taken one metaphysics course thus far, or philosophy of science course in general. But I did read Peter Van Inwagen's The Mystery of Free Will, and that idea of the fork in our decision making and different possible choices we can make, and how you're saying that our deliberation leads us to choose one way or another, and then that deliberation is what causes the event of us going whatever direction we choose. In Van Inwagen's paper, if I read it correctly, he says that one could say there's no reason that we can't say that what caused us to go down one fork rather than the other was chance rather than our like freedom to act. And I guess that the reasoning there is that it's hard to prove like internal deliberations as a cause if you can't like physically place what's happening internally. And I guess my question is like, what would you say to someone who says that we have no reason to doubt that like chance was the cause rather than?
Well, I think that what Hume and I would say, or what I hope Hume would say, is a little chance could definitely be the cause of, the leading factor that goes on in deliberation. And it could even be the factor that goes between deliberation and decision. And then with people like me, there's often a lot of chance involved in decision to action, right? Like pick up a pencil and scratch your head. Oops, I just picked up a pencil and scratched my eye. But our notion of can is based on the assumption that there is a pattern in human life and animal life of something else that we can have evidence for, and often do, even though, not being able to see inside the brain or having an idea what's going on if it could be there. we have developed these concepts, what David Lewis would call folk psychology, like beliefs, thinking, and deciding. We think those things go on in humans, and we can't see them. We have a way of knowing about them in our own cases that's difficult, but human, I believe in them. And we think the word can has to do with them. And it just means that you can do it or you can not do it, means that which you do will be caused by your deliberations and decision, in which case it's free. And that does not imply that those deliberations and decisions were not deterministically determined. It's just a different subject matter. And so as usual, Peter is right, but deeper thinker comes along and manages to say something foolish that he hasn't absolutely excluded someone from saying. How's that as a fair rendition?
Peter, do you want to add something?
I don't want to, I want to ask a question.
Oh,
Oh.
this question.
Actually, I'm not going to say anything about anything you said really about the philosophy here, because what I have to say is just too long for a question. But I did want to make 2 points. First of all, is David Lewis's On Possible Worlds. Of course, he's got a whole big book.
Yes.
It makes it perfectly clear, according to one sociologist's investigation in philosophy, is the most cited philosophical work between 2002 and 2012, 4 leading journals. And I recall him being asked once, David, how sure are you? What credence do you give to this theory? And he, about 0.8. The other thing I want to say is about wretched subterfuge. Not a good translation of Kant. It's Abbott's translation. See, what Kant said was ein elender Behelf. And now Behelf means aid, as in hearing aid, a substitute. And what it really means in context is a substitute. So what ein elender Behelf is best translated is a miserable substitute. So it's not that Hume is trying to deceive us with a subterfuge by offering this view of free will. He's offering a miserable substitute for free will.
Don't use that title before. No, but I will mention it. And who translated, gave us the bad translation?
Abbott is a 19th century translator. I forget his first name, but he's a 19th century translator of the Kritik der praktischen Vernunft. Thanks
for complicating my task.
Well, I mean, you're going to use it as a title, right?
Yeah. So it'd be a title and a footnote. Okay.
Other remarks?
There's someone over there.
Dean?
I just wanted to ask how the no propositions big enough to be possible worlds thing was supposed to help avoid the consequence argument. So I was, and maybe I didn't quite track where it was going to impact the consequence argument, but it felt to me like if the laws of nature were what Peter was thinking of, what he was calling deterministic, then there ought to be a sort of a, even if we can't describe the whole world, it's just too big. Any finite chunk of it ought to be able to be fully describable in such a way that a certain amount of the future will be determined. So you could say, if the laws are deterministic, then for any time in my future, there's a fully, completely describable using your propositions chunk of the past
that will entail what happens. Now that's, barring problems about
Yes.
the foliation.
So if you and
And
I,
whether we can use that, but I mean, I would want to, given the business about foliation, I would just pick my forward light cone and say, well, I can't do anything about what's in my rearward light cone or in my elsewhere. And if all of that determines something.
okay, now, it's not that I didn't understand every word Deanne said, but I just want to make sure you did. What do you think she meant by foliation?
A complete way of slicing up the manifold so that each slice cuts across every world line and nothing gets.
Okay, I think you got it right.
I think we like my issue sort of like I want to set that aside. Let's pretend
Yeah,
that there's the president,
yeah,
which
but,
I totally believe in anyway.
yeah,
And it looks like we could describe enough of what's going on around me so that things that I do tomorrow are settled if the laws are deterministic. Even if we don't have propositions that describe.
I think that's a very good question, and probably does not have a very convincing answer, but, so let's start with this, what's going on in this room over this hour? That's what we call a situation. And it's part of larger and larger situations, what's going on in the world over this year and so forth. And each part of each situation is a part of a larger situation. Each situation makes certain states of affairs factual. Any situation of which it is a part will make all of those states of affairs factual. That's what we call persistence, right? In other words, factuality persists as situations get larger. And that's enough for logic. I can remember what, but so to get the law of non-contradiction, you mean there's no situation which you have P and not P, right? Well, so if you have P is made true by a situation, and every larger situation will make P true. And no situation makes both P and not P true. So no larger. Now the question is, okay, but let's play the game here. I mean, Peter says quite rightly, well, you can't really just get by with the laws of nature and all the causes you would mention in an ordinary thing. And so you really can't just go by with descriptions of those things, plus the encoding the laws of nature and proposition. What you need is the state of nature, the entire state of the universe or the world at some previous time. And if you have that, the laws of nature will have enough to connect with to give you what's happening now. And then we say, yeah, but maybe there aren't any possible worlds, so there aren't any states of the world at the time. They're just partial states of partial worlds or situations at time. But then Peter, if he had the patience to worry about it, could say, yeah, but there's however large a situation you have, it may not take care of everything. Maybe it doesn't go in the path far enough, maybe it doesn't go towards other galaxies far enough, maybe it doesn't go. But still, the question is, wouldn't the situation semantics to say, still, there'll be some, for any issue about this guy having this be the case now and doing this now. For any issue like that, won't you be able to find some situation large enough that it incorporates everything that needs to happen here to make this happen here? To which I would say yes. And Good for you for thinking about it. That's why I have more than one objection. I did want to bring in the closeness of Flanagan's view, more or less in my view, and the view of possible worlds that Peter. Ginet, you gonna straighten all this out?
That's what I was gonna say, but can I try to say it maybe a little bit differently?
Yeah, move down your mask because you're hard to recognize if we
Sorry, so I
can see
think
your
you said what
smile.
I was gonna say, but I'll put it a little differently and see if you agree with this. I mean, I think there is a sharp way of answering the question. You don't get sort of that statement, that was the second premise in the consequence argument, that propositions about events together with propositions about the law entail statements about the future. That's straightforwardly false.
Mhm.
What you need is a totality statement to get the logical.
Mhm.
And any just as a matter of fact, and it was explicit in the clause. The clause said, not only do you need to know every, the momentum, position of momentum, every particle, you need to know all of them. So you might say, okay, so what is the status of the totality statement? One wants to think, okay, surely it's a fact. But what makes it true? If you're going to be talking in terms of propositions, no statements about any set of events makes it true. And indeed, in putting it in John's talk, the things that you never know are what the expansions do. Every expansion is going to count as a defeater for the logical entailment between the past and laws and the future. So the argument is straightforwardly invalid. So what makes a totality statement true? Is it entailed by any propositions about any set of events? No. Does it supervene on any set of events as a matter of metaphysical necessity? No. Does it supervene on any set of events as a matter of law? No. So then everything hinges in the consequence argument on the status of these totality. It has nothing to do with foliation. It has nothing to do with notions of past.
So I agree with everything Janan just said. I also agree with what Patch's spirit of yours. When you're teaching a class and this is all you can say about how the logical consequence doesn't work, the students are going to say, oh, how big the world is. So you miss a couple of things having an entailment. Is that really mean? You just mean freedom and non-freedom. So she's right. You're right. The spirit of your remarks is persuasive. But it comes down to something I worry about. I just think possibility has gone off half-cocked in the last part of since Kripke. I mean, Kripke's still alive and he did great work and I love it. And I appreciate it. He's from Nebraska. But, we want to treat can in terms of possibility. Wes Holiday has some really good stuff. I'm sure you've read it on against compatibilism in favor of the consequence argument. But it's really clear in his stuff that he wants to get rid of anything having to do with ability or can or anything you can't reduce to possibility. So the idea that Elwood can eat a cookie, he would say, well, wait a minute, that's against the law. If it's been determined that he's not going to eat a cookie, then he can't eat a cookie because if he eats a cookie, that means there's a possible world in which he does what he's determined not to do. And that's contradictory and crazy. And that's very intuitive, but I don't think it's right because I don't think can connects with possibility in such a simple way. When we describe what a person can do, we're certainly implying things about what's possible and not possible because we got all these categorical things that have to be in place, so it has to be possible for them to be in place or not. But on Hume's insight, as I see it, what we're really focusing on now is the proximate and final cause of the deliberation and decision being determined or chance or whatever, the cause of the deliberation and decision. And that does not come, that you can't translate that into possible rules. So I claim, no, now I'm disagreeing with Peter. I'm disagreeing with probably the brightest student I've ever had since you.
You're not disagreeing with me.
Huh?
You're pointing me to disagree with?
No,
I agree
pointing
with
you
what just said.
as a competitor for West Holiday was the brightest student I've ever had. I have to see who else is here. So where was so yeah, I think that's something I don't understand. Something I think went wrong with philosophy somewhere between Austin and Crickey. And I like to live long enough to understand it. I don't expect to live long enough to convince Saul or anybody else. So anyway, so yes and yes, he said agreeably.
So we're very close to lunch, but Tim.
I was a little puzzled by you saying yes and yes, because I thought that kind of going to loggerheads here. And then I was wondering though whether there is a way to bring them together, which is, so you were saying, we took on board your skepticism about maximal states of affairs, right? And you're saying, so now there's a problem, you can't appeal to that maximal world state version. In consequence argument, Dean wondered, yeah, but could we suppose a more spatio-temporally restricted kind of set of facts that are sufficient to kind of determine, we could generate that? Then I was wondering, yeah, can you allow for more restricted kinds of totality facts, right? Like all the facts concerning what is intrinsically occurring in this room, be a restricted totality fact. The question is, I don't know whether this can be done smoothly and be well motivated, but the idea is here's a restricted set of facts in the past, the local past, and these are all the facts that are brought to bear on what occurs in this future spatial temporal region where my action, future action occurs. Then if that's enough, that gives the laws what they need. Say, okay, that's everything. These are all the energetic factor. Well, I said it's a question. All right, so that was my question. If not, then Dean's suggestion isn't going to work.
Yeah, so I think the official answer is not yes and yes, but yes and no. But the no has an asterisk, and the asterisk is not really. But if you think about what you're really worried about in a situation, and you see that, the only thing keeping his refraining from being entailed is that the situation doesn't include all the things that happened 200 years ago on the galaxy 1,500 galaxies away from us. You might say, oh, come on. And so it really wouldn't be entailed. Now, then the question is, couldn't you come up with some kind of situation theoretic rethinking of possibility? That would be neat, maybe. So we could just say yes and yes asterisk. Or lunch. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said one little thing. I mean, if we're just in the realm of classical mechanics, then no matter how big a region it will make, you still won't get determinism. In fact, even if you have the whole region, you still need, in order to get the entailment, that it is the whole region. That was a point that Ginet was making. Okay, and if you think of this and written in a language, of course, the language would have to have infinitely big, because you'd have to specify the precise positions and momenta every single particle. So, I mean, John Ehrman has this little, story about his little, I forget what he calls them, coming in from somewhere. So and, knocking you off your chair. Don't worry. Okay, so what I think is if you don't bring probability into this discussion, it's hopeless.
I mean, I think, so if you're just looking at the laws, determinism sounds really strong. It says if you know everything about, the state law on some hypersurface, and you know everything. But what it doesn't, I mean, the fine print is if you know less than everything, you can predict nothing. So that's why so two things happen also. When you start getting worried about totality facts, that's what motivates the move to relativity, because in relativity, you can do physics without totality facts. I mean, it's all local, this happens, this happens, this happens, and what is entailed about the contents of one volume of space-time by looking, I mean, you can say what the laws entail about one content, the contents of one volume of space-time, given the contents of another volume of space. So let's do that. And as soon as you do that, that's what motivates the focus on light codes and stuff. You find out that the contents of one volume of space-time places almost no constraints on the contents of another separated volume of space-time. The closest that you can get is the entailments between the past and the future of some point in space-time. That falls short of determinism. So that's why that's why one wants to look at relativity, because one doesn't have to worry about totality facts, and one can look in local immanent terms in a way that looks very metaphysically clear. So what the base facts are, contents of one event, another event, and the local relationships between those events, and everything else, all of these other things that you can write down propositions that describe totality facts, facts about, are somehow made true by this event, that event, and all the connectedness of the manifold is local laws. So that's why it looks much more metaphysically clear, and that's why it looks like you can get a much better understanding of things like whether my future actions are determined by things that happened long ago and so on. I know you have lots to say.
I have lots of questions is all.
So we think it's lunchtime?
Yes.
Okay, so I haven't been at the lunch break.
Right, and so, this should be of interest, and this is a kind of more or less a direct quote, stuff that also philosophers interested in free will should look at. And this, I think, has been also, taken up by some popular magazine or stuff, and they talk about this theorem being, really proving that they're, the world is, populated by particles which have freedom. So of course, one can say, okay, so the question is, all right, so it is a matter of fact that philosophers do not really know this theorem, or, it being that impossible to actually read in the mind of every single person. For sure, it's what is seemed to be less disputable is that they don't talk about it. Okay, so that could be because, maybe they're just afraid that this is just going to be too mathematical, too technical, not enough, they cannot understand it. Or they're just being dismissing and saying they're just a physicist, and then they're appealing to this weird theory, which is quantum theory, and this theory is so crazy that you can put whatever starting from this point. Okay, so what is going on? What is going on? Again, still have to figure out how to move around with this thing. Okay, right. So in this paper, basically, what I would try to do is to try to, present without technical details the result that Conway and Cochin call the free will theorem. There you will see there are a variety of these results. And so I will put in, these have been, several papers have been written in the physics literature to address this this result, but none of them deals with the freedom part. Okay, so they talk about whether it's mathematically sound, whether the assumptions are sound, whether they entail what they're supposed to entail mathematically, stuff like that. But they never, to my knowledge, discuss the relationship with the free will debate. And so, and to anticipate to you what's going on, what the result of this paper will be, is that there is nothing that you can learn from it as far as the free will debate is coming from, which is maybe unfortunate, because, there is a sense in which if you could prove it, I mean, I don't believe in what I'm just about to say, but I mean, one could think, oh, there is a theorem, right? And because there are other theorems, like for example, Stubbs theorem that is with free will, but that's particularly tied to a particular interpretation of quantum theory, in which there is the collapse induced by, so it's not the standard formulation and stuff like that. But instead, what they claim is that, look, I mean, we're just using the axioms that we would normally find in physics textbooks, and we add this thing about relativity, and what we obtain is this thing, which is freedom of the particles. Okay, so it is. It would be very strong to try and figure out whether remotely there is some sort of a connection, there is a room, if not really entailment, but something connected with the free will debate, because it's totally independent with the interpretation. But no, so even assuming that the result is what I will try to show is that even if their theory is correct and the notion of free will is the one that they suggest, they actually beg the question because they sneak in an assumption of free will in the first premise. Okay, they recognize that, they change their view, they change their, their proof, and they say, no, wait, we can do this, because they have interacted with some of the physicists and say, this is wrong, okay, we fix it, this is wrong, okay, we fixed it. So there is a kind of interaction, iteration of this theorem. So that there was in a previous version of this theorem, there was this free will of the experimenter inside, right? They say, okay, we removed it, but yes, but even if you remove it, what you get is a notion of freedom that is either inconsistent or it's not what, any reasonable person would think of freedom of the will is. All right. So what happens is that, again, I'm not going to go into details because they're not necessary at all if we are not interested in the mathematical soundness, which we are really not. So they said, okay, consider this the following experimental setup, right? There are two particles, A and B. They have this property, which is property of spin, which is total spin is 1. They move in opposite directions. They are where we find two experimenters, A and B. Okay, and they can measure the spin of the particles along some direction, right? It's the setup, right? What they ask us to consider, right? A can measure the spin of the particle along 3 directions, which are, usually orthogonal. Then B can measure only 1 direction. And so what happens is that, okay. Right, no, I went too far. Yes. I don't know why it's working now. Anyway, so they say, okay, right, in our derivation, we are assuming the following axioms. And here I must complain again about the way in which they use their terminology. They give names to assumptions. They usually have different names, even in the physics literature, which makes, even more complex to evaluate, because you also have to say, okay, they call it, for example, twin, right, this axiom, but nobody, I mean, if you go into physics textbook, you will not find the twin axiom ever, okay? And so you have to say, okay, what do they mean here? Until they say this, and okay. So this is another step that somehow have, to me, prevented, so obfuscated their result by a great deal. But anyway, so there are the following 3, two axioms are coming from quantum theory, and then they add another axiom from relativity theory, and then finally they have an additional axiom called that. So from quantum mechanics, there are these 2 axioms, One is spin, they call it spin. I'm not making, this is the real name that they give. And it says that the result of the experiments that are performed by the experimenters are constrained in a certain way, right? Specifically, experimenter A can measure, for some reason that you don't want to know, and it's not relevant, spin has only 1 or 0 value. So A can measure only 1, 0, 1, right? That number of 1 and that number of 0 in some order, while B can only measure 1 or 0. So basically, it just means that the result cannot be whatever, they have to be constrained in a particular way. And then twin, what I call twin, says that it is possible to create particles whose properties are interconnected with one another. What they're talking about here is what you may have heard about the entanglement phenomenon. Okay, so basically the idea is that since their total spin is 1, their properties are not independent. They're totally correlated. They find correlation, perfect correlation of the properties. Okay. From relativity, they use this axiom, which they call fin, right? That says that transmission of information, of any type of information, has a finite upper limit, namely the velocity of light. A fin, right? It's finite, right? It took me a while. Anyway. All right. So commentators have rightly pointed out that no. I mean, there is a sense in which the last axiom is not really correct, right? Because they try to show, I mean, what they do is they write a paper in which they show that in their derivation, this fin axiom actually contains a locality condition, which has been experimentally proven to be false by Bell's theorem and the following experiments. Okay, so I mean, I'm just going very fast with this because that's not what I want to talk about, because the point is that's going to be interesting is that even if you grant them that this is a result, that their result goes through regardless of the critics, right, still doesn't help, right? It is a fact that Cohen and Cochin, they do, Conway and Cochin, they do accept that, and they say, okay, fine, just change, right, the fin axiom with a new axiom, right, and they call it min, and they said the outcome of the measurement of one particle is independent of the setting chosen of the other experiment. Okay, so basically the idea is that you have an experimenter here and experimenter over there. One of them can set their experimental devices so to measure the spin over here, over there, right? And what they do, right, is the result of the other guy, right? What she or he gets is independent on what the first guy does. Okay, they call it min, measurement independent. Okay, and then they say, okay, fine. Then we add another axiom. We call it det from determinism. What they have in mind here is that they believe that there is some sort of functional dependence of between the past and the future. So basically the idea is that you start from A, there is a function f that brings about the future. So the future is going to be f of A or something, right? Given A. So there is such a function f that is basically the evolution of A.
Non-probabilistic.
No. All right. So the original free will theorem, right? The first one was you take spin, you take twin, you take fin, and take determinism. Then people said, no, fin was wrong, substitute it with min, it becomes what they've been, I mean, I'm sorry about the terminology, but that's what it is. They call it the strong free will theorem. Okay, so they start from the experimental setup, right? They use spin, again, that says that their experimental results are constrained in a particular way. They use twin in the sense that, you know, the particles are correlated in a particular way. They use min, right, which you may know as parameter independence if you know this stuff, otherwise it doesn't matter. And the fact that somehow, right, you go from one time to another time through a continuous function, to a function. Okay, and so what they do is they show that it's impossible to have outcome of experiment to function depend in that way on previous state of affairs in a way which is consistent with the axioms. Okay, so what happens is that they show that there's some certain functions have to hold, but these functions are logically contradictory. So the idea is that, okay, we have a contradiction. What do? Right? We cannot really, remove spin because it's one of the fundamental axioms. We can't really remove twin. We can't really remove min, right? Because, if we believe the physics is correct. So they argue the only option for us to get out of the contradiction is to deny the truth of determinism, which to them is the same thing as saying that particles have free will. So that's their definition of free will of the particles, the denial of this functional dependence. Okay, so you can just say the strong field free will theorem is spin, twin, and min. Entails the free will of the particles, or since the first two are, the core of quantum theory and min is the core of relativity, both quantum mechanics and relativity taken together entails that there is freedom of the particles. Okay. They also want to show something which I believe is stronger than that. They want to say, and this is a quote, that randomness doesn't help. So what they provide is a kind of an algorithm to convert stochastic theories which are indeterministic, into deterministic ones. The idea is that basically you put all the randomness in the past. I found a paper by Menon who has this very nice way of capturing what they could mean by that, and say, okay, imagine that you and your friend want to play a game of die, right? And then you roll all die before the game, write down all the result, and use this text information to play the game. Okay, so basically what they say is, if you take a stochastic theory, if you don't allow for determinism to be true, you do have the stochastic theory, and so you remove that, you put what I called I, spin and twin and min and I, you still get a contradiction because of this conversion. Doesn't really matter if you do have a deterministic or an indeterministic evolution over here, even if at the beginning they do use this functional dependence. So, I mean, again, here's the theory, right? Still a contradiction. Is it a good news? I mean, do we have actually proven something interesting? All right, so right, okay, I'm just gonna skip that. This, when I said at the beginning that this result didn't have much of a discussion in the literature, I hope I made clear that it was not having a discussion on the philosophy literature, but a couple of philosophers of physics did talk about it, but they focused on the mathematical details, right? They didn't really do the connection with the free will debate. It also has been discussed by the mathematical physicists or physicists interested in foundations of physics. They were arguing that the result, right, you cannot really get out of the contradiction by denying determinism. Okay, so this criticism, why do I have this right away? Okay, yeah. All right. So some people do argue that as in the case of Finn, also min is false, right? And again, the situation is always the same, the charge is always the same, namely, it assumes also some sort of a locality condition. And the locality, I mean, if Bell's theorem together with experimental results are showing that locality condition is false. So basically, if you write spin and twin and fin and determinism, or min, you actually are writing spin and twin and locality and determinism. And since Bell has shown that, you know, spin, twin, and locality is contradictory, even if you remove determinism, it doesn't help. Okay, so spin, twin, and locality implies contradiction, right? They show that spin, twin, locality, and determinism implies contradiction. They want to say that if you remove the determinism, you remove the contradiction, but that's not possible because, you know, Bell theorem has already shown that even if you remove determinism, it's contradictory anyway. So they say, well, it doesn't work, okay? Other people have also criticized their result for stochastic models being transformed into deterministic model. They say, look, it doesn't really work. Here are a couple of counterexamples that show that the conversion, what you're doing, when you do the conversion, you do not actually preserve one of the axioms specifically min. Okay. The reason why these people are focusing on this is because aside from the free will claim, the one that I'm focusing on, Conway and Cochin wanted to also show that it's impossible to deterministically complete quantum theory, which is, you know, some of the interpretation. I mean, Bohmian mechanics is exactly like that. So they wanted to prove that that's impossible. And so that's why people got that. And also people are responding to the stochastic model because if the strong will theorem for the indeterminism is correct, right? That means that stochastic theories cannot be compatible with min, namely with relativity, so they cannot be made relativistic invariant, which is instead what one of the proposal is for this, you know, GRW, which is one of the other interpretation of quantum mechanics. So that's the reason why people focused on this, because they were making, Conway and Cochin were making bold claims about what type of interpretation were feasible or not. Okay, but that's not very interesting for our purposes for today. So let's pretend, right, that we didn't hear the criticism. Let's actually try and pretend that and grant them that the strong free will theorem for determinism and for indeterminism are both true, and see whether actually something interesting can come out. Okay, the first observation is that if you really, you know, they reformulate the free will theorem, the statement, right, what the theorem says in many ways. And in one of these ways, which turns out to be the one that has everything spelled out, you can spot that there is an additional premise over there, and namely that the experimenter is free to choose the experimental setting. Okay, so the core of the free will theorem is that if the experimenter has free will, so do the particles. Okay, so instead of having, so the idea is that spin and twin and min and free will of the people entails free will of the particles. And that's the way in which we should actually write down this one. But obviously the problem is to determine whether the experimenter has free will to start with, right? I mean, that's what we're interested in. All right. So, but suppose, I mean, again, right? I don't like to say that people are incoherent just because it's easier. I mean, I just try to make sense of whether there is, I try to see whether there is a sense to make, you know, there is a way to make sense of what they're saying, and that's what I'm trying to do here. So suppose that, just take the conditional claim, if, right, people have free will, so do the particles. It's kind of an interesting statement. Yes, but they don't do that, right? Because again, spin and twin and min, I'm starting to just like And free will people entails free will particle, right? That's what they want to prove. But this came from, spin and twin and mean and free will particle, and determinism coming from giving rise to a contradiction. But again, right, emphasizing if mean is the locality condition, and locality condition is false, so denying determinism is not going to help at all to solve to somehow get out of the contradiction. Right. Assume that, mean is not equivalent to the locality condition, right? Assume that it is true that we can get out of the contradiction in that way. Okay, so what is this free will people? What is it? What kind of notion are we referring to? So when they do think that free will people is true, because according to them, it's the denial of determinism. And they believe, that's what they write down, right? Determinism is implausible because it's just like solipsism. Okay, and so determinism has to be false. However, I don't see why it is not possible to interpret free will people. Free will people that's what they say, experimenters are free to choose between possible experiments, right? Which one to perform. Can it be just like a compatibilist notion of free will? I don't see why not. Since even if determinism is true, there is just one possible future and the experimental does not know which one it is. So there is a sense in which that's a possible notion of choice, right? Of freedom. However, so, the point, one could just say, look, free people is compatibilistic freedom. That would be compatible with their being, they're just saying it's the denial of free will. But what they seem to be willing is instead a notion of libertarian freedom. They just want to say that determinism is false, right? But they don't provide any argument for it, right? All they write is that if the terms were true, then it would be pointless for experimenters to perform an experiment. So they believe that a notion of freedom, which is some sort of incompatible or libertarian, that's how I call it, is necessary to make sense of scientific practice. But of course, that doesn't follow. What they're doing is conflicting the fact that, the Laplacian demon could be able to predict something with the fact that we cannot, right? They're conflating predictability in practice with predictability in principle. And I believe that I don't see why the compatibilist freedom is not enough just to, make sense of scientific practice for all that matter. But they're just like very unclear about what they have in mind. And then at some point of the paper, they say, look, right, if indeed there exists any experimenters which are modicum free will, then elementary particles must have their own share of this very commodity. So they believe that the very same kind of freedom which is possessed by people is the very same kind of particles. Well, they don't need to be the same notion, right? Because by definition, free will of the particle is the denial of determinism, while free will of the people may be compatible with determinism, as I just tried to argue. So, but think about what he said. They said, same kind of freedom for the particles and from, people. In all honesty, I don't see that at all, how that can be. It seems to me just like an honest category mistake. To me, and I'm, as I said, I'm not a free will scholar of any kind, but you know, when you talk about you know, free will of the people, which is different from the compatibilist position. I mean, just want to think of people as agents, right? That have, you know, they can make decisions which are they have powers. And it doesn't seem they have knowledge. I mean, they have beliefs, desires, and knowledge. They have all these kind of properties that I don't think it's appropriate to attribute to particles at all. So I have no idea what they mean when they say that they have the same kind of freedom. All right. So what about the free will people assumption, right? So in the strong free will theorem, conditional, right, was if you have spin and twin and min and free will people, then free will particle is supposed to follow. At some point in 2009, they changed their theorem. They call it now the free state theorem, right? In which they proposed this modified version in which they remove completely the free will people assumption, right? So they just go for the original claim. So they actually say that something very different from what they said before. They say something like our freedom should be grounded on the freedom of the particle. But actually, if they prove something, they actually prove the opposite with their own previous theorem. Okay, so they have this evolution over time. So, okay, let's consider the free state theorem, right? So they have these axioms, right? No assumption of freedom of the people, you get the freedom of the particles instead. Okay, is it more informative than the conditional strong free will theorem to the free will debate? I think that still we have a category mistake. They deny determinism, so free will of the particle has to have some sort of libertarian notion. But again, right, particles aren't agents in any way that I can see. So to me, it is very difficult to make sense of the notion of free will of the particles in this particular way, right? Aside from the fact that, you know, it's defined as denial. So another option for them could just be something like that. And this is indeed what they write. Free will of the particle is something which is in between the denial of determinism and pure randomness. They talk about something which they called constrained randomness. So the idea is that particles' behavior is not described functionally, right? Like assumed if determinism was true in their definition, right? It's not, so you don't have this function, but it's not just randomness, right? Which is totally unconstrained. It's just like what happens here, you have twin and spin to put constraint on, you know, the space of possible values this guy can have, right? So particles' behavior is not described functionally, right? And it is constrained by these axioms, okay? And so that's what free will particle is, okay? All right, so not random, not determined, something in between, constrained randomness. Okay, so if you had problems with randomness being having something to do with free will, right? I believe that you still have problems with constrained randomness. Okay, so I do understand the problem of, you know, I do see that what free will is not randomness, right? If you, you know, you have laws, right? You're constrained by the laws, right? You're not free. If the term is true, okay, I get that. Right now, these laws are not smooth anymore. They're just like jerking around, right? Random a little bit. You're still constrained by the laws, right? That's how I see that, you know, that indeterminism doesn't help free will. You don't control anything. It's nothing up to you, right? And so now it's constrained randomness. So the jerks that these laws can do are not whatever, they're just constrained, but they're still not up to you. So I don't really see how that can help, right? And so constrained randomness, in my perspective, has nothing to do with our common understanding of freedom. All right. Right, so I'm about to be done. So here we are, we have this free will theorem. Actually, it's a series of theorems, right? So we saw at the beginning, right, that they sneak in a particular, assumption, right? Namely the free will of the people. If that's the case, then it just begs the question, doesn't prove what it advertises. Free will is not a property of both particles and the people. If it is supposed to prove the free state theorem that in which you remove the free will people and what you get is the free will of the particles, to me, it doesn't really prove anything about freedom, okay? Because the free will particle notion is either inconsistent, namely you're attributing a property to particles, which is a property you would attribute to agents instead, or it doesn't concern freedom at all in the sense that you're talking about this constrained randomness. And if you have a problem with randomness and free will being compatible, I mean, having something to do with freedom of the will, you should have the very same problem here. So, all right, so this is what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to, take this mathematical result. They claim it's supposed to, so it's be of interest in people working on free will. People didn't look at that, so you wonder why. Usually, it was highly technical. So why not look at that anyway? Can we find something? Unfortunately, I think we cannot find much. So that's what my talk was about.
We have about a half hour for discussion.
No. Yeah, a little more than 15 minutes. No, a lot more actually.
Did you have a question or?
No.
We only have
I
15
don't
minutes?
know.
No, more. No, we have like more than half an hour.
I have a remark I wanted to make just at the beginning.
Yeah.
I was very much struck when I first read the way Conway and Cochin stated. I think it used to be stated that it's something like this: if human beings have free will, then particles have free will. Elementary particles have free will.
Yeah.
I don't know why one didn't look at that and think that that's. I mean, I think the argument is terrible for the reasons you gave, but why didn't they look at that and say, boy, that's even more powerful than Peter van Inwagen's demonstration that free will is incompatible with determinism? Because it looks like the conclusion should be, it's so absurd that particles have free will. The other thing that struck me about it is how their idea that somehow whatever, there's no doubt it's very difficult to say what it is for an act to be free, particularly given what we know about the physical world. But the idea that somehow, if we just attribute a little bit of it to elementary particles, they'll get together in mobs or whatever, and they'll give us free will. About how similar that is to what happens in the philosophy of mind literature, where people like Dave Chalmers and so on, the panpsychists. I was just in a debate with Phil Goff about this. He had this view that, if only electrons just, of course, they don't really feel sad or happy, but they have a little bit of some feeling like that. But just a lot of them get together, they'll end up producing something who's sad. So I'm not sure, other than a sociological observation, that there seems to be a mystery because there's some difficult notion as part of our way of thinking about people, free will or consciousness, and hard to figure out how to fit that in with physics, what we know about physics, or even for that matter, what we don't know about physics, that they end up thinking that they got to put it in at the ground floor. I just wanted to make that observation because it struck me when you were talking.
Yeah, thank you. For some reason, I at some point I thought about it, but probably was too long ago for me to remember. But now that you mentioned that, I mean, it triggered some remark. It's exactly right, you know. It is similar to what's going on with, you know, building up consciousness from the bottom. But I don't. Yeah, that is not that is something that I talk about, but yeah. Yeah, so I tried my best. Yes, no, please.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding, you know, it was a long time since I've read about it, but I thought they weren't particularly interested in freedom of the will of people at all, but they realized that they were kind of assuming parameter independence. So they took it as a kind of, yeah, okay, you could get out of this with super determinism, but look, if people have free will, then the particles have free will in the sense that we're talking about too. And I think the connection, you know, with, you know, ordinary ideas of freedom wasn't quite the direction that and again, I might be wrong, but that it wasn't quite the direction that you were
Well,
saying.
they do this
here.
idea of grounding human free will on this free will that they've attributed to particles.
Yeah, so I thought it wasn't, the direction of wasn't quite the way that you were thinking of, but rather they were taking it for granted that, look, to get freedom in the fully substantive sense we have, we need to break the chain of determination. And then you can have like some kind of more substantive, interesting compatibleness notion, but that chain of determination is what, you're breaking that chain of determination is what links the denial of determinism to free will, not so much that it's going to be explanatory by denying determinism. I might be wrong, but that was my way of what kind of inflationary way of reading what they were doing and the way in which human free will.
Being more sympathetic.
Yeah, I mean, they changed their mind so many times in the same paper, and also moving from one paper to the next, also giving talks, so that it is, I mean, to me, it was difficult to try and figure out what was going on. But at some point they
each one of those moves was motive. So they started from a philosophically naive position.
Yeah.
I think the initial invocation of, you know, freedom of the will of people was just to say, okay, so you could get out of it by super determinism, but surely no one's going to deny that we can fiddle with that. So that's the way that free will of the people came into it. Each of the moves that you made, as I understood it, was a response to criticisms in the literature. In each case, kind of trying to retrench away from substantive commitments to anything, you know, about people and so on, just to refine the claim so that it was just about this minimal kind of freedom, which was an interesting observation, you know, about the physics.
Yeah, so I mean, I should probably go and take my time and talk to.
No, I think everything that you said was right. I just meant to be fair to them.
No, thank you. I mean, my point was trying to be as fair as possible. So thank you.
So I guess there's one question from the Zoom audience.
Sorry,
So no, you didn't have to say anything. So I will actually put them on screen just in case. All right, this works.
Is it?
There was a question from Jacob. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
there is a question.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. That was a wonderful talk. I just had a question about, so the Conway-Cochin paper came out in 2006. I know that it was based on, you know, arguments that went back maybe as early as the 70s. But at least in the archive draft of the Conway-Cochin paper, the original one from 2006, they point out that you could also have obtained their theorem from a simpler thought experiment, the GHZ thought experiment, which was proposed in 1989. And you know, I don't quite so much have somebody contribute to the debate over the implications for the free will theorem for what we think of as free will, except that I just think for those who are here who might have been confused by the Conway-Cochin paper, the GHZ argument is much simpler conceptually, and I think you get basically the conclusion that Conway and Cochin are trying to get in maybe a clearer way where it's easier to pin down what's going on. So in the GHZ thought experiment, for those of you who don't know, we change the physical situation just a little bit. Instead of two particles that have so-called spin 1. We have 3 particles that are spin half. And, for spin half particles, you could think of them as qubits. So you just imagine a classical bit that can be 1 or 0, and the quantum version can be a superposition of 1 or 0. So imagine you have 3 of these things. And you can write down a very simple looking quantum state vector. You got your 3 particles, and so they can individually be spin up or spin down, and you just set up a state that's up, 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 I guess depending on your choices, plus or minus, but you could take it to be minus, down, down, down. And then what you just show is that there are 4 different choices of measurements that you can do, local measurements on these particles, where the outcomes of those 4 measurements are clearly in contradiction. But in any single run of the experiment, you can only do one of those 4 choices. You can't do all 4 of them. If you suppose that the particles, the 3 particles, that the results of the local measurements on them are determined by information from the past, then you run into a potential contradiction. If the past determines that they'll have certain results for those measurements, and the experimenters, whether you think of them as humans or robots or whatever, the local experimenters choose to do a choice of those 4 possible sets of experiments, that has a contradictory set of possible outcomes, then you just run into a clear contradiction. So if you assume that the past somehow determines which outcomes will occur for the 3 particles, then seemingly the experimenters can't freely choose what experiments to do. And so if you run the contrapositive of this, and you assume that the experimenters are free to choose what experiments they do, and that their experiments aren't determined by the past, then the measurement results of the particles cannot be determined by the past. So, I think it's just a clearer, simpler version of the argument, and I don't quite understand all of the attention that's been paid to the free will theorem. So maybe someone could clarify for me. So I guess maybe there's a question here. What is it about their 2006 paper, the free will paper, that's so interesting, when it seems like there's a simpler thought experiment with basically the same results that's a good decade and a half earlier than that?
Conway was famous.
Okay,
Famous, and
maybe.
it's called the free will theory.
Yeah, so I think that, several people have pointed out that indeed, right, there are, to have the mathematical result that they want to have, namely that in order to get out of the contradiction and to get rid of determinism. Some people have disputed that it's going to be helpful in any case, both in this case and in the previous cases. But I think what's new about the free will theorem is that somehow they connected it. They wanted to make it more interesting for the more general philosophical community. The denial of determinism could mean something about the freedom of the will of something. So I think that they somehow twisted it in a different way, twisting that result in a different way. So, but I don't know. I'm just kind of speculating.
Then to trying to be as charitable as possible, is this just good branding? If
it's a result anyway, right?
Conway loved to give interesting names to things. The surreal number. Well, I don't know if he named the surreal numbers, but or if that was. But anyway, the game of life. If the GHC people had simply called their result not the GHC theorem, if they called it the free will theorem, would be. Is that really what this amounts to? Is not the mathematics or the content of the theorem, but just the branding?
Well, really, if the point of all this is just to be as fair as possible to them, I would say that they realized the connection with free will. Previous results, other people discovering previous results didn't, right? Whether that's true that there is some sort of connection, that's a different point. But I think that what they wanted to say is that, look, there is also this other way of putting that things that makes, clear to us, that implies to us that particles are free or something like that. But Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Anybody does?
I've long been confused about this, so if anyone can shed some light, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyone else?
Oh, I had a thought about constrained randomness versus like total randomness.
Yeah.
So it seems like one thing a lot of libertarians would want is we don't want our behavior to be, determined or guaranteed by prior states, but we also don't want our behavior to be completely inexplicable. You want something in between. So I don't know, could these constraints count as like partial explanations of why we got the result that we did? Then it seems like a constrained randomness is maybe progress over total randomness, because now we can like say, well, why did we get this result? Well, partly because it had to fall within these constraints or something. So we have some kind of, our behavior isn't like, so that we're talking about particles. So if somehow you make the jump to people, then it seems like you might get progress for the libertarian.
Yeah, I think that's what they want to say. I think that the progress in that direction, it's not complete randomness, it's not determinism either. So isn't that what you want? I honestly don't see that, but I mean, who am I? I mean, I'm not a free will person to know all the nuances. To me, it's not progress at all. For the reasons that you mentioned, namely that it's for particles. But I mean, assuming it's not for particles, assuming somehow we can apply that to people, I don't know. Do you guys think it's progress to go to constrained randomness instead of randomness? No.
Yeah, so there are arguments that free will of the sort that some people want is incompatible with the fundamental dynamics being probabilistic. So.
Oh, all right.
They're not exactly the same arguments as the consequence argument, but they're in the main neighborhood. Peter, your assumption.
I'm not quite sure what arguments you made.
The argument I read from you.
The rollback.
Rollback
Argument. I don't see what that has to do with constraint.
No, I didn't mean for that. Just for randomness. That if it's random, whether it's constrained or not, won't make any difference.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't make any difference, right?
Yeah, I don't. It's just it's the randomness part.
Yeah.
Right. The constraint. If that argument's any good, having constraints so that this.
I mean, it means you're not suddenly going to get up and take off your clothes if you go to the wedding, maybe, but it doesn't really help.
Yeah, I won't.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, it's the GHZ paper and then the paper that you talked about from 2006. This is the first time that notion of free will of a particle was discussed.
Oh.
Was it?
I don't recall.
Okay, and is there any progress on that?
I mean, the first time I saw that was in the 2006 paper.
Okay.
But maybe it's before, I don't know.
Has there been any progress on whether the free will of people entails the free will of particles? We talked a little bit about how the other direction was interesting and didn't seem very plausible, even because there's the notion of free will of particles.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't understood it very well, but what about the other direction?
Free will of the people, which entails the free will of the particles.
Yeah, you talked about it
Yeah.
briefly.
Yeah, so I mean, if you assume free will of the people, then free will of the aside from the fact that free will of the particles would still be kind of a very strange notion to have. What I said, it was just like, the important thing is our free will, where it's coming from. So a theorem that says that we have it, then you have also this other kind of a strange notion. I thought that, well, first we need to make sure that one of the premises is true, right? So I didn't say more than this. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'm completely confused by a lot of this, but it seems to me that if there's a relationship between free will and people and free will and particles, it's got to be that the people are completely schizophrenic and scattered and unpredictable and whatever. It's not that we have the choice to make really good things because
I don't, yeah.
Oh, no, well, I was actually gonna follow up on your earlier.
Okay, so I'll say something just really quick by way of defense with them. Again, I just think like the language that they use are things like, the particles have to make a decision. And part of what they have in mind there is just there's nothing else in the world at the time that the particle has to acquire a value or answer the question that's being asked of it. That's going to determine it. So it's kind of the sense that it just comes down to the particle in the moment there and now to make it the case. I think that's the way that they're thinking. And you can see a connection to human free will. It's not completely out of the blue. They're saying it comes down to the there and now, and it's up to the particle. And the theorem establishes that. I mean, modulo all of the technical things. So modulo the dependence, okay, super dependence.
And locality.
Right, exactly. All of them. Yeah. And just one more very thing. There is a connection to the GHZ theorem, but so much of quantum foundations is this, it's not that you're pulling something completely unheard of it, you're casting it in new light.
Exactly.
These things that we are using. Let's look at what it shows us about this. Like think about it this way. I mean, it's illuminating to see it derived,
How does it being up to the particle connect with it being a law that gives the probabilities?
They don't say anything about that.
What?
I don't.
Well, they don't say anything, but I think
say-
that's something one would think about
Yeah.
if they're going to use this metaphor. Up to the particle.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking in all specificity about this, what happens in the here and now choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just to follow up a little on Janan's earlier question. Like Janan said, I mean, am I right in understanding this? All they mean by we're assuming free will of the experimenters is we're blocking the superdeterminist response. That's all they're using it for, right? But if it's just to block the superdeterminist response, then the GH theorem and Bell's theorem depends on the assumption that experimenters have free will in exactly the same way as their theorem. But that just seems much too strong. If Bell's theorem really depended on thinking that experimenters have some substantive kind of free will, that would make the theorem much, much weaker than it is. The reason we don't believe superdeterministic theories is that nobody has a remotely plausible superdeterministic theory to write down. It's not because, that is the kinds of correlations that you need to assume in superdeterministic theories. It's just radically unclear where they would come from anywhere in the architecture of fundamental physics that we're familiar with, okay? So it doesn't seem right to call that assumption the assumption that experimenters have free will. It's much, much weaker than that. And if that's true, it seems a little unfair to say, as you were saying, they're assuming it. They're assuming it on the part of experimenters, and that's where we get it on the part of particles.
Okay, so
Or am I misunderstanding?
No, I mean, I don't know. So what I was trying to, so if all they meant is what you said, namely.
I mean, are we talking about the same assumption that Bell uses and the same assumption that GHZ uses?
It could well be, because,
So do we want to say that Bell was assuming a definite answer to this old philosophical way.
Probably not. That's why, I mean, that's part of the reason why I don't think this tells us anything about this.
No,
I mean,
I agree with that.
yeah.
I agree with that for all kinds of other reasons, but you were making a specific criticism. They're assuming, they're not proving free will because they're assuming. But that doesn't seem right. They're just assuming, they're just assuming that there's no plausible superdeterministic theory. There's no plausible link between the experiment that you choose to do here and the outcome of the one that you did there.
Okay, no, I mean,
So that's
my
an
purpose
assumption
was
about
not,
what kinds of correlations there are in
Right.
the world and stuff like that. And they're just observing, look, these correlations are nothing like what we would expect from statistical mechanics. Blah, blah,
yeah, no, I totally agree with everything. So basically, I mean, I didn't even want to be unfair to them. So let's put it this way then. One may think, right, one could take the radical spin and say, look, do they mean this? Probably not because of what you said, but what if they did, right? If they did, they would just be useless, right? If they didn't, would just be useless. So,
I mean,
yeah.
and am I rightly understanding what you were saying?
Yeah, okay. So I don't think there is any disagreement. Yeah.
Bell, in fact, so Bell was challenged in exactly this way
Right.
about parameter
Right.
independence. But in, responding to possibility of retrocausality.
Right.
And he did respond by saying, I don't even know how to make sense of that without
Right.
because I wouldn't know how to fit free will.
Exactly. Right.
Okay, I don't think, yeah.
Looks like there's another hand.
I have a follow-up on that if it's okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you just read, the GHZ paper or, the Conway-Koshin paper, they're basically making the same, at the end of the day, substantive physical assumptions, right? The Conway-Koshin paper is not, making different physical assumptions from the GHZ paper. So it's not reaching a conclusion that, apart from their use of the phrase free will is distinct, I think, from the GHZ paper. They are making, I think, arguably a stronger claim than Bell's paper, because like GHZ, their result doesn't depend on probability, right? There's some probabilistic there's some assumptions that Bell's original paper make about the structure of probability. And one of the nice things about the GHZ paper was it was stronger because it gets rid of some of those. So if you'd had an objection to the Bell paper, that maybe another loophole is that probability just doesn't work the way that Bell thought it did. The GHZ paper appeared to tighten things and close that loophole. Again, I just don't understand what the Conway-Koshin paper added to this. I agree completely with David that, when they talk about, they're the same assumptions that lead to the GHZ theorem lead to the Conway-Koshin theorem. So I don't really see what you couldn't have accomplished by just reading the GHZ paper the way that Conway and Koshin wanted people to read their paper.
I don't have any further comment on that. Yeah.
So I'll try, and then I mean, one thing that you can say is there's a big difference in emphasis. So the GHZ paper, which was in the tradition of the Bell style stuff, is denying that there's a certain kind of explanation, that you can derive it from facts, whether you invent them or whether they're in the quantum formalism already. And what I think really struck Koshin, and this is speculation, but I think what might have struck Koshin and Conway from the way that they wrote it is, okay, there isn't that kind of an explanation. You have to really think that the particle is making a decision in the moment about what to do. And isn't that a kind of free will? Like nature is creative in the here and now, and it comes down to every particle, in responding to choices. So it might be just a difference in emphasis, but it is a difference in emphasis.
Yeah, and sometimes, most of the time, difference in emphasis, bring light to new ways of understanding. So I don't.
So the theorem is completely compatible with deterministic versions of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
As you pointed out.
Right.
So the particles are not going to be, I guess, making any decisions, but I guess they just were not paying any attention to those versions of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Even though the theorem, of course, still holds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun theorem. No.
Just a really quick question to kind of follow us on this. Do you detect in the background of the Conway Cochin any kind of implicit philosophical understanding of the metaphysics of causation laws? Like, is there kind of implicit kind of propensity, you know, kind of more non-Humean? I'm just curious. I don't know.
I don't think
There's
so.
this sense of, look, the particles are, you know, it's not just the laws don't fix, but it's the particles doing something. I'm just wondering. Just a thought.
I didn't get that,
Okay.
but I mean, maybe it wasn't, that's not what I was looking for to find when I read it. So, yeah.
Okay, anyone else? So we have Carlo's gonna start at 4:30, so we have a little bit of time to relax. I hope they got some coffee on board.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the coaches,
Right.
discussion around this. It's well known.
No, I agree.
Chess with my computer, and next move is up to the chess. It's its responsibility. It's doing it. It's choosing it. Not the programmer. The programmer doesn't know anything about the move that my computer will decide. So it's up to the program to pick up the move. The program works bad, I throw it away and take another one. So where is the so obviously 1 and 2 does not imply 3 in any of these versions. Where is the catch in all this? The catch is that in the common meanings, these have a meaning that refer to sequence of processes that might be tied to one another and don't refer to it's a decision process or will process. It's part in a sequence of things that determine one another. We use determine, we use up to, we use these words by saying that what happened next depends on this process itself, without any implication that the process itself can't itself has a something else determining it. I just want to go fast to this part to go to the other part. Just a few more comments. Again, for the encyclopedia, says the argument, always the consequence argument, implies the future will unfold in one and only way given the past and the laws. And if no one has any power, so if the argument implies that no one has any power, it's unfolding in that particular way, then it seems that no one can do other than she does. Now, I have a lot of problems with this. Why, to have power of something, one has to alter the event of the world? One has power within, not over the event of the world. Every time we talk about something like power, we have power thanks to the laws of nature, not against the laws of nature. Not to mention the fact, excuse me, but the one can do other than she does. No one can do other than she does. One could have done something, but one cannot do two things. But the vision is violated. So what do we mean by when we say you have choice, you could have done something different? And of course, we know exactly what we mean, because we are not talking about that from outside nature. We are within a actual exchange of forces, information, emotion, stuff. Right? So if I say you have power to do something, I'm actually influencing you to do something else. This is part of the story. And I read Spinoza when I was in high school, and it seemed pretty clear to me at the time that it was completely right. I don't know how, if you would call Spinoza compatibilist, but he certainly talks about responsibility, decisions, and all that. There is nothing that is denied in philosophy. It's completely clear that, and in fact, it goes on and on this, that the men call themselves free because they're talking about their volition, their appetite, whatever brings them decisions, while not paying attention, being ignorant to the causes of that. Good. So the point I'm trying to make in all this is that is simply, I should learn to use this thing. Give a talk. It's not my computer. It seems that to have free will seems to me to be the conditions such that the behavior depends not on something external or something outside us, but in those natural phenomena that we identify with as ourselves. And if you don't do that, then you will assign naturalist. So I don't understand how anybody who's a naturalist can think there's a problem with it. Now, this is a general talk, and I understand you might disagree on various parts. So let me, I gave it to you with a 50% conviction. So let me go in the domain which I feel comfortable with, which is physics. Having said all that, this doesn't mean that the physicists don't find something curious in instances when you talk about free will, because it's a natural phenomenon, but it's a very clear natural phenomenon, which to some extent can be understood because I can use psychology, I can use people science, I can use sociology, I can use all sorts of things. I can reconstruct the soul-searching decision, but to some extent I cannot. And there is a clear amount of unpredictability into the behavior that we call free will. And what is interesting is not when it is predictable. I know Jenan, and so I know she likes coffee, so I can predict choose coffee over tea. What is interesting is when it's unpredictable. And there's one of your ends, right? And that's mysterious from a physicist's point of view in a number of ways. One is that the decider affects the future and not the past. It's part of the story. Where does this breaking of the time reversal invariance come from? That has been bothering me for a long time. I somehow wanted to understand how is it possible that some pieces of nature go through these things that we describe as decisions, so affecting the future and not what exactly means that, even of course that the laws of nature by themselves don't distinguish past from the future. And I went through a turnaround way, which I'm going to reproduce here, discussing all that. So this is the problem. There's a sense in which there is some past, which is there, and then there's a choice, and then there are many possible futures. I raise my right hand or a left hand, I make a choice, and so there are many possible futures. There's a sense in which this is true. So how can this happen, and why it happens to the future, and what exactly we mean by the openness of the future, and what exactly we mean by the fixity of the past? And the question is even more strongly, because I can put it in a quantitative way. If there is a choice between n alternatives, after the choice, whoever is looking at me has some information about the world which didn't have before. So this process generates information. How can you generate information? There is a sense in which information is concerned, at least in some sense. So how can it be possible that an information I, you measure information as the number of alternatives, or the log from Shannon, log of the number of alternatives. Where does information come from? So there are many questions here. The meanwhile is where does this, what is the root of this time orientation and where does information come from? And actually, I had a similar curiosity, which hunted me even more for a long time, and to my surprise, turned out to be connected to this, which is why there are traces of the past. Why do we remember the past and not the future? The world is whatever it is. It satisfies some regularities, which are the laws. Forget quantum mechanics here, because all this could be said in quantum mechanical terms. It renders more complicated because we'll talk about probability is much more. Let's talk in classical terms. Good enough. I don't think anything changes. So the world satisfies a time reversible laws. So one would expect that the processes in one direction and the other direction are the same, but no. There's a lot of processes which we call traces, which clearly are very much different past and future. And by traces, I mean those which are different. I mean, we can predict the future in some cases, we can reconstruct the past in some cases from the present. But from the present, we have specific information about the past that we don't have about the future. Pictures of me young, not pictures of me tomorrow. There are craters on the moon which correspond to meteorites that fell on the moon years ago, but there are no sign of the moon about meteorite that will fall on the moon. So where does this time asymmetry come from? And here's a key point, and this is crucial because it will come back in agency the same way. So there are these traces in the past. I've not been super precise on that. They complain about my lack of precision at some point. But I think we all agree that the information about the past we have, we don't have. Either way, I own a lot of that from my conversation with David, from the David book, conversation with Ginet, is a lot from then coming. Now, there are also fundamental physics like time reversal invariant, but of course, the macroscopic world is not time reversal invariant. The macroscopic phenomena are not time reversal invariant, and we have a certain understanding of that, which I'm not going into the details. This understanding of that is based on the statistical argument and the contingent fact of the world, which is the past law is a thing which is captured by this concept. So the macroscopic world is heavily time related, very much. I mean, X breaks the X, come up, so on and so forth. Heat goes from hot to cold, and so on and so forth. Now, if traces are physical processes, and I mean both memories in our brain and the crater of the moon, there is no problem for them to be time-oriented because the world is full of time-oriented phenomena, but they need to be macroscopic processes. So a strong conclusion just from this observation is that a trace is a macroscopic. And once that's shocked me, and then I realized that this was in Reichenbach, the book written the day I was born, which makes exactly the same point. You cannot make traces without dissipation. You cannot write down something, you cannot measure something without dissipation. So measurement traces, any information we have about the world requires dissipation. So requires a kind of, it is a macroscopic phenomenon. There is no microscope. And I had a couple of students who were trying very, very hard to make a model of a quantum memory using a purely quantum mechanics. They failed. So at some point, I told them to make a model of classical memories, and they failed. You cannot make a model of memory with mechanics. You need dissipation. You heavily need dissipation. All right, so now we understand that you need dissipation. And once you understand that, it's very easy to understand what is a trace. And in fact, you get traces immediately if the world, in any world, generically, that has few properties, which is not just again entropy, a past hypothesis, the past law entropy, but a little bit more. You need that the world is separated in systems which interact weakly. So you need long-term realization times. And then later on, I realized that this also is a Reichenbach calls it the branch structure of the world. So in a generic world, in which there is an entropy gradient, so microscopic world distinguished the future and the past. And there are long-term realization times. So there are different subsystems interacting weakly. Immediately being on the basis. And how? Well, let me just give you a simple example. This is a model that clarify that in my head. Here there is a hot system of really moving very, very fast, which we consider statistically. So we don't know the position of the individuals. That's a key. That's what makes the story. Because macroscopically, given a state, you know the future, the past. There's no notion of trace. But imagine you don't know that, and then imagine that there are some penduli, and the coupling is weak in the sense that the interactions are just once in a while. They treat that statistically with the condition that at some point, sometime, say in the past, the temperature is higher here than here. So the average kinetic energy of this is much higher than the average energy of the oscillation of the penduli, and the thermal coupling, the energetic coupling between the penduli is also weak. So the thermalization time is long. That's what Reichenbach called the branching structure. In modern terms, it's just long thermalization. And the world in which we live has this problem. The world in which we live is very far from equilibrium. It's plenty of systems which have long thermalization. So they are in metastatic state. The confusion we very often have about thermodynamic statistics is we think in terms of equilibrium or rapid approach to equilibrium. The world is not. The world gets away from equilibrium and slowly falling into equilibrium because of very long polarization times. Now, what happens? Well, what happens here is very obvious. Every time there's a collision, because this is hot and this is cold, their energy goes this way, statistically, probabilistic. And because this is this way, one of the penduli oscillates more. So this has now information about the fact that there was a collision in the past. And if you think for a moment, as a physicist, the crater on the moon, a photography of you in the past, it's all the same thing. There is some hot system, some cold, some more energetic system, put energy in some less energetic system, and the two systems were at different temperatures, and the less energetic system has a long thermalization time itself, so the information stays there. And the direction of thermalization is given by the past hypothesis, by the fact that there is not equilibrium in the past. And once you have a model, you can compute for each formation of trace the change of entropy, because when energy goes from the hot to the cold, which is the pi, entropy goes up. Entropy goes up, negative entropy is information. Okay, so the information is a trace has to be bound by the entropy gain in the process of trace formation. And bingo, you get the information as a function of purely thermodynamical parameters, temperature, thermalization times, and this is the heat capacity of the memory system. So now we know exactly where the information comes from, right? The information of the memory. A photo has information of me in the past. Where does macroscopic information come from? From the lower entropy. The low entropy is information. Strain energy, that's what comes from. And of course, if you think about the system I gave you, before the collision, you didn't know anything about the individual motion of the fast molecules. So macroscopically, for you, that was in a single state, but then the collision happened against one or the other of the pendulum, right? So here is information being produced. Here is the transfer of energy between the hot to the cold system that bring up sort of thermal information, thermodynamic information, negative entropy, into the macroscopic world. And so there's nothing strange in this branching of not only there's nothing strange, but it's what happened generically in a universe which in Reichenbach term has a branching structure. Why there's no mystery in this splitting? Well, that's the same intuition that Mary had, because this macroscopic history, of course, corresponds to many microscopic history. One goes up, one goes down. So traces are not mysterious in any sense, and they are required generically to happen in a world with its time oriented by the second principle of thermodynamics. But once you have that, agency, and please bear with me, don't say immediately, no, agency is about something else. I'll come to that. If agency is time oriented, whatever agency is, blah, 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 same story, it has to be a macroscopic process. So when we talk about agency from the perspective of the physicist and the deterministic world of classical physics, we are necessarily talking about macroscopic process. There's no agency in any sense, in any sense I'm talking about, in the microphysics. So it's something about the macrophysics. And it's the part of agency, going back to that, which is described by a single world that can split in different worlds. It's compatible with thermodynamics and with the time orientation of deterministic physics, precisely the way memories are. Here now, the hot system is the agent, and the cold system is the environment. Once again, you need the a thermal imbalance for the process to happen, because you need some information to be gained by the different choices to come out. And you can, it's slightly different when you go into detail, and you can, once again, bound the number of possible choices in thermodynamical terms. And if you use this formula, it makes perfect sense. If you're an agent in you don't have enough energy in a thermal bath, once you thermalize, you just can't choose anything anymore. I'm not going to go to the details. Now, let me come to the, what am I talking about? What is this macroscopic microscopic description I'm talking about here? Of course, when we talk about my decision and my free will, we're not talking about thermodynamics. We're talking about the complex processes that happen when I take a decision. And particularly when free will is relevant. Free will is not relevant about it left and right up, but it's relevant whether I'm deciding to rob a bank or not. I'm deciding to cheat on my girlfriend or not. I'm deciding to. That's what free will is. And these are decisions that come about through a complicated and elaborate process. Now, part of this process is predictable. If you know me, you know what sort of things I'm going through. And that predictability obviously doesn't conflict in any sense with physics. It's just a complicated thing that happen in a complicated way. The curious or strange or to be explained part in the compatibility with deterministic physics, which happen to be universally parallel, is the unpredictable. So by microscopic here, I only need the distinction between the part that you can predict because you have enough information and the part you cannot predict because you don't have enough information. And the part you cannot predict because you don't have enough information might include whatever it does. It might include the memories of my father and mother, what they did, which you don't know about. Might include thermal fluctuations, the molecules of my brain. I even include quantum fluctuations in all of my brain. So what happens in the moment of free will, to some extent, it's deterministic because it's to some extent, sorry, it's predictable. So there is no branching, there is no sense I could have done elsewhere given that information. And to some extent, it's not. To the extent it's not mysterious because there is a number of possible futures in Spinoza, because we didn't know what were the motivation to do one thing or the other. So in that sense, they are those factors of the decisions which we don't control, we can consider them part of the microphysics and not of the macrophysics. And there it's not surprising that comes that happening, because exactly what you said, the choice is a transfer that brings it's a process that brings part of the information that was hidden to me in the micro-macro distinction into the macro world. Once again, memory, like agency, require this distinction between the part that it's under control, the part is not under control. If you don't have this in a mystic world, fine, but there's only one possible story. Now, just a side comment that for me is it's really an opening for a research program, but I just want to put this slide here because it keeps hitting me over and over this thing. Culture is about information. Information in books, information in memories, information shared culturally in the community. Biology is about information, right? It's DNA is information. Single cell works by having information about the environment that's changing. Where does information come from? Who put this information in to start with? Where is the origin of this information? Okay. Well, this information, at the light of what I've just discussed, pertain only to a macroscopic description of the phenomenon, and can only come from the low entropy of the past, from the free energy of the past. In other words, which of course on the Earth bound, because we have the sun nearby that is sort of flooding us with a lot of free energy from photons. So we have all the low entropy that we want. So biology is swimming in this entropy gradient is given by all this free energy. And out of that, which macroscopically it's undifferentiated, these processes bring out macroscopic information. It seems to me that the only source of information for everything. So culture and biology are all describable in terms of information whose origin is the past life. Whereas this is just a parenthesis about something that nothing really to do with the will. Now, just a comment about the quantum, whether quantum physics modifies that. I don't think it doesn't modify your story. I, of course, completely agree with Ms. Valia about the sort of the, Ginet was saying that it was interesting for us as long as quantum mechanics is concerned, this kind of free will theorems in quantum mechanics, but I don't think they tell us anything about the free will. Because at most, if we are happy to give up locality, we say, okay, quantum mechanics tell us that the world is non-deterministic, fine, but then we have another version of the tension, not to free will and determinism, but free will and probabilism, because we don't want to say decided random, so on and so forth. So this is what I say here. So quantum mechanics doesn't make it any easier. Probably quantum mechanics doesn't make any easier free will if you think that in a non-naturalistic term that the mind has to juggle with the laws of physics to have its way. And as far as this time reversal question is concerned, in spite of the fact that people who say that quantum mechanics is time oriented, I think they're wrong. Completely wrong. By the way, Reichenbach agrees with that. I'll come back to Reichenbach in a moment. Next slide. Quantum physics is time reversal environment exactly like classical physics. If you have a set of classical measurements and you don't have statistics, normality, sufficient number of particles, you cannot say which one is fast. If you have a quantum set of measurements, give you a quantum set of measurements, you cannot say which is fast. It's exactly the same. Now people say, well, wait a moment, the quantum measurements break time reversal invariants. And that was right again, classical measurement. It's exactly the same reason. Because a measurement, you store information somewhere, you can only do that if you can dissipate away stuff. It can be proven in one line. I mean, if you, a measurement is something such after it, okay, if this was red, the information you had is red, okay. But in a reversible world, this could be red and this blue, of course. Why? Well, just take red, blue and evolve backward. If you evolve backward, what happens? As it falls, you get a very strange, improbable state in the past. So it's only probability that allows you to make measurement. And concretely, every instrument that you imagine, measure something, there is some dissipation. A point made by all sorts of people in physics for years. So the source of the asymmetry of time, including, that was the point of my talk, the epistemic asymmetry and the agency asymmetry are only past law, which one kind of discussion, how do we think about past law, but that's so it's just given for granted that we need contingent fact of the world that the macroscopic description of this world is such that it tend to be distributed. Okay, so Barry wanted me to mention this paper because this is a recent paper that I just put on the archives, on the philosophy archive recently. It came about because I read this book. This is late Reichenbach. Careful, because Reichenbach talks about the direction of time early in his life, but he says wrong things. Then he wrote this book, which was published after his death. And I got back this book last year and studied it carefully. And I discovered that all the great ideas that I had already, and a lot of things that we've been reading about, I thought great idea were already in this book. This is from the summary I have at the end of my my paper. I just want to mention a couple of points. Reichenbach calls branch structure the feature of the universe of having an entropy gradient, not just an entropy gradient, low optimization. So subsystems which are in a common entropy gradient. And that's what you need to get traces, to get the physical structure, so you get branching to the future. And I think after Reichenbach, what became clear is that cosmology, what we learn from cosmology is that it gives exactly, it illustrates the universe, which is exactly the right structure that Reichenbach assumed, which is this branch structure. And in modern terms, what you really need is this law with relaxation terms. And then from that, you make sense of records, you make sense of agency. And in fact, it's much more, and I'm not going to that. And maybe this is controversial, and so I know that people would strongly disagree of that. I think that ultimately, whatever story you make about physical causation, the extent it is oriented, also needs to be traced to that. fact of the world, which is the entropy gradient. So I just wanted to mention that I have this paper in which sort of I go back to this book, I report the main result of this book and connect to what we've known since the 50s. This came out in 56. I think it's the best story about, oops. Something happened. There was a last. I had a last slide, but it didn't go through. So the last slide was a summary. I'll say the summary in words. One main point that I made is that I think that the discussion about compatibility with free will and determinism is a sort of acid test whether you're a naturalist or not. If you think there's a problem, you're a hidden non-naturalist, seems to me. So you're sort of thinking that there's nature and then there's something else there. To the extent in which you think that whatever happens, including the description that we give about the phenomena, are part of the nature itself, then there are no powers outside nature. So the power of deciding is a power from the natural laws and not on the natural laws. That was the first point. The second point, which is point common with Barry, is that to the extent in which we see a branching of the future, there is nothing. Only makes sense if there is branching. Makes sense only if there is a distinction from natural. Which means, in a sense, that what the branching is doing is just revealing, not causing, but is revealing sort of something about which microhistory among the macro histories happen to be the actual world in which we live. And then, to my surprise, traces clearly a generic phenomena in a world in which there is gradient entropy and branch structure in Reichenbach curves, and the same branch structure makes it possible and natural a single path that evolves into different futures, which is the strange aspect from a physicist of what happened when the power of it's exercised. That's okay.
Oh, maybe great. Okay, I guess maybe I get touchy.
Oh, there will be incompatibilists who are naturalists here, but I won't speak for them. But your paper very interesting. Maybe I misunderstood, but your argument lead heavily on the fact that traces past, most notably memory, but not the future. And that accounts for our sense that the past is very different, future, tangential asymmetry, cause of future. Is that roughly right?
Yes, essentially right, yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't seem quite right to me. We have traces of the future. We don't call them traces, we call them signs or reminders. And insofar as we do, we have fewer of them, right? But when we have them, say, we can predict the tides, the movement of the sun and stars and so on. Then we think, hey, we have no control of the future. So to the extent that we can use signs in the present to infer either the past or the future, we think we don't have control. So it doesn't seem quite right that it's because of this difference between memory, what you're calling traces.
Wait, let's jump. You said there was no control in the first part of the
We believe that, we believe we
control
have,
is a new ingredient. I don't think we have a sense of control of the future. Goes with places. I think we have
Okay, you
control
did
of
use
the
the
future
word
because we
control.
do have control.
we have control over some parts. Sure, we don't have control.
Somewhat.
Yeah, right, because.
What is left open by the undeterminacy. We don't have control on the position of the next eclipses.
No, but my point is the reason that we think we don't have control, or that we think that the future is partly open and up to us, is because we think causally affect the future. We can't causally affect the past. And we think that about all parts of the past,
Yeah, I
not
think
just the parts we remember.
Because we do.
I'm talking about the past now.
Sorry?
The reason I'm making a claim that it seems that the agential asymmetry is different from the epistemic asymmetry. Insofar as, but I'm sure the incompatibilists in the room speak to this. We think that we don't have, we think that insofar as we think that the past is fixed, we think that that includes parts of the past that we don't ever have knowledge of.
Yeah, maybe I was fast there. I separate the discussion of memory and the discussion about agency. I don't think the discussion about agency depends on discussion. I think they're similar. And for me, understanding traces was opening up the clarity about the distinction between micro and macro being relevant. But agency is a story by itself. I think it's a fact that the same macroscopic past can evolve into different futures, macroscopic futures. And one way in which can do so is one very particular way which can do so, because they are also, I mean, tomorrow's weather is open, but there's nothing to do with free will. So there are many ways in futurism. But when there is free will involved, there might be also the processes, which are natural processes that determine which macroscopic future is going to happen, compatible with the same macroscopic past. This is nothing to do with physics. And the fact that with some of these processes, we call that processes me, it's what tells me to see if the future depends on me. It does. If I was different from, if all the rest of the universe was the same and I was different, of course we would apply the past and be different. Then I would have chosen something else. So it seems that I presented the branching of agency just as a consequence of the memories. That's not
Okay, I think we argued about that in dinner. My point was only that I think the past is fixed, but we believe we can cause the past. But other people say, don't talk about it.
Yeah, so like I don't do physics, so this might be a little bit silly, but so when you said that so quantum mechanics actually is time symmetric, so like doesn't help us like solve the problem of agency. Does that also include the so-called
measurement?
No, spontaneous collapse theories, the theories that particles just randomly collapse.
No, because that's by quantum mechanics. I mean, quantum mechanics in all the interpretations which have the same phenomenology as standard quantum mechanics. Collapse theory is distinguishable. It's empirically distinguishable. And then it depends on which collapse theory. And I think you're right that at least certain collapse theories do break time reversal imbalance, which is one of the reasons I don't think they're interested. Because I
I mean,
don't,
the implied particles are free.
You go, Peter, but look, Peter, here's what this is saying.
Well,
I dismiss the argument too easily.
you said that free will is problematic only if one is not a naturalist. Now, in your slightly non-standard sense of naturalist, I'm a very aggressive naturalist, and I find free will problematic indeed because of the consequence argument. And I think partly because of that, partly because of another argument. And it seems to me that your refutation of the consequence argument is a refutation of an argument which is designed by the vocabulary it includes to fall prey to the kind of criticism you give it. But there are lots of versions of the consequence argument that your criticism doesn't touch at all, because the vocabulary there's a vocabulary mismatch. So I'm just, I don't claim to have refuted anything you said. I'm just trying to explain where I would disagree with what you said. But I do think I am entirely, if the standard model is right, made of up quarks and down quarks and electrons and force carrying particles moving between them according to the laws of physics, or whatever turns out to be the right physics about those. That's my picture of myself. And yet I think free will is extremely problematic.
But if I understood correctly your talk, we ultimately agree, don't we?
Agree about what exactly?
Of the fact that there is an answer to the consequence argument.
No, I don't. Well,
That compatibilism
I said-
is possible.
I said there's two arguments: the consequence argument and the mind argument. The mind argument is the one for the compatibility of indeterminism, the incompatibility of indeterminism and free will. One of them has to have something wrong with it if there's free will. I'm inclined to think that the one that has something wrong with it is the mind argument, and the consequence argument is okay.
Well, let me put it strongly. Do you think there is a contradiction between what we could agree calling free will and determinism?
Well, if you mean by free will that when we're confronted with a choice between incompatible alternatives, we're sometimes able to choose either of them. I think that there is no possible world in which people have that double power with respect to the future and determinism. Does that answer your question? That's
Was that the conclusion of your
no,
talk?
that was not my conclusion. My conclusion was a defense. The whole paper was about a defense of one of the premises in the consequence argument that leads to that conclusion. That is the principle that our freedom is just the freedom to act, to add to the given past. I didn't address so large a question as whether the consequence argument is right or wrong. I said we need a version of it to talk about, just to show that this is one of the premises. Then we go on to talk about that premise, and pretty much pick that premise because Barry has been saying such interesting stuff about why that premise shouldn't be accepted.
Maybe I should read your paper and try to
Well,
understand what it's, because I don't
this
see,
paper,
or maybe I should read your
I mean, there are several versions of the consequence argument.
yeah.
For instance, that one there wouldn't be refuted by your the argument.
Which
give.
one?
The one in the paper I read yesterday, that wouldn't be refuted.
What's it? The paper you mentioned?
Well, I presented.
Oh, you presented yesterday. Yeah.
Yes, there's a consequence. There's one version of the consequence argument in that. That wouldn't be refuted by what you say here because of an extreme vocabulary mismatch. There's just no way to apply what you said to that argument.
I think there is, because the,
I could be wrong. I mean, that's my impression.
because the point I'm making is that, so if we had time for a conversation, I would ask at each point of your discussion, whether you're talking about the micro world or the macro world. And if it seems to me that the mismatch is that to the extent we're talking about determinism, one is talking about the micro world, but when he's talking about the choice, one is talking about the macro world. So there is a.
So I didn't talk about choice though.
About free will. You talked about free will.
Well, I talked about abilities.
Yeah. So abilities have to do with the macro world.
Okay.
Families
They
of
have to do with
micro world.
They have to do with our acts, but the conclusion is about all propositions, which is about, I suppose, both. There are true propositions about the micro world. There
Yeah.
are true propositions about that.
Yes, and those are insufficient to those don't give determinism. This has nothing to do with determinism. They don't define a world. They define a family of worlds.
Well, they individuate possible worlds.
Yeah, the individual classes of worlds.
No, one possible world, a possible world X and a possible world Y are identical in case the distribution of truth values over propositions is the same in both of them.
Over all propositions.
Yeah, over all propositions.
Okay, well, maybe I should. I'm not claiming I'm following the debate.
Just other people, but and maybe this is a longer discussion. I think your reply is that you just reject the premise that our freedom is only freedom to add to the past. Our freedom is also to freedom to select the micro history of the universe.
Yeah, one can use this language, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
one can use this language, yes.
That might be a refutation, or at least that identifies a false premise of the consequence argument.
Right.
I was talking about the refutation of the consequence argument early on in the paper about.
No, under that, I just mean, but you moved to talk about your argument in your paper yesterday, which relied on this other.
Oh, yeah. I just meant that the refutation of the consequence argument early on in the paper wouldn't apply to the argument.
Yes, I wasn't disagreeing with that. I will be through this very soon tomorrow.
Okay, I'm not very strong physics, not as strong as you, but I think it's elegant the way you said that negative entropy is information, so the less entropy, the more information you have. And another point I have is, would you say that a witness to your thesis would be if free will were just a natural law? If some agents have free will, sometimes that would just be a natural law. So what you made that available. That's
So with respect to the first thing, you're asking me why I said that lower entropy is for information.
yeah, if you could elaborate on that.
Oh yeah. So again, the point I'm stressing is the important distinction of the macro, the micro description of the world. A microstate selects one particular history of the world, one microstate. Macrostate, it's some information about the world is incomplete and therefore corresponds to a large number of possible microstate actions. In the entropy, essentially, it's a property of the macrostate, or property of the way of putting microstate together with the macrostate. It counts how many microstate there are in the macrostate. So the lowest possible entropy. So the lower the entropy, the less number of microstates. So just to go to the extreme, the lowest entropy state is a state generally that has only one microstate. So then you have maximum information. In the equilibrium state, which is the state which is the maximum, is the microstate, which is the largest number of microstates. So you have the less information of the microphysics.
Okay.
So there's that specific sense in which entropy, the negative entropy counts among information. This is a understanding of connecting entropy and information.
And did you?
Can we make much more precise?
Okay, great. I'd like to look at that. And also, could you explain traces?
Oh, you had a second question.
Yeah, it's coming after
Okay.
after I hear you state this again. Traces of the past from our memories. Could you explain that again? What traces are?
Yeah. So memory is only a special case. Traces are much more commonly used than memories. So memories in our brain, human stuff. I mean, traces of things out in nature, also when they're human. So what is a trace? An example of a trace is a crater of the moon. So it's an aspect of the macroscopic state, which is such that by looking at it, we know something about the past. In a class which is not that class which allows us to uniquely say something, but to both say something about the past and the future. So if we there's some phenomena, if we measure today the position and velocities of planets, then we can predict equally the eclipses in the future and know about the eclipses in the past. Right? So I don't call this traces, but an aspect of the present, a lot of it, that clearly tell us something. A crater in the moon, or you just take a picture and you see concentric waves coming out from a stone from the concentric waves. 10 seconds ago, stone fell into the hole. Or old animals in the rocks. Fossils. There are plenty of stuff like that.
So then,
and it is a fact that there are a lot of that kind of traces in the present about the future that there are in the past. But in the past, there are.
all right, well then, what would you call physics? If it's not, you want to use it to predict things about the future as well as study the past. So how would it relate to that past? How is it?
Well,
how is that different from a trace? Like if you were to measure something today, wanted to believe something you could derive about what would happen to that object measuring today.
In the future?
Yeah, how would a trace come into that? Is that a kind of trace?
Because traces allow us to not only know the present, but know also part of the past. So we, how do we predict the eclipses of the moon? Well, we use two kinds of information. We look at the moon, okay, it's always there, it's moving at that speed, but not only that. We also look in the roofs and say, oh look, there was an eclipse there, eclipse there, eclipse there. Bring all together with information to the point where enough information using mechanics. So we use heavy traces constantly.
Okay.
It's not, yeah, it's not true that we look instantaneously at position and velocities. we generally take the future on the basis of traces of the past that we have stored.
So there are crucial.
Stephen?
My question kind of relates to a paper by Tim Mollman, who has this view that time is asymmetric, and he argues that consciousness is also asymmetric. Do you agree with that? And what would that mean for you?
I think that Tim Mollman is one person I love, but I totally disagree. It can't. Close. I disagree. 100%.
So consciousness isn't at least in your view, asymmetric.
First step. I think that obviously the future is different from the past in that sense. It's but this is not a property of time itself. This is a property of the phenomena, contingent world in which we are, in which the past happened to be the future. In fact, this was captured quantitatively by there is nothing above this phenomenology. So when we say that the past is in the future, we mean this phenomenology. We don't mean else. Because if we meant else,